hosted by the wickedest lords of hell. Here is the first internet clip show to offer to the daring a look into the final maddening space between life and death. A case of the Mondays. To avoid fainting, keep repeating. It is only a live stream. Only a live stream. Only a live stream. Videos and songs far beyond anything you've tested. A case of the Mondays.
Stop you hammering, I'm on in the mall. Cause every day's the anniversary of the year before. And if it's a day gone by, then it's 365. Random tangents, that's like a tree. Diverse inevitability. And if it's a day gone by, then it's 365. I sit band over the bed. I can't believe it's Monday again. Part of the problem is the passage of time. Part of the problem is what goes with sudden line. Part of the problem is the answer is a cure. And a big part of that is the thing that keeps me poor. Sunset's columns support a feeling like holes in a drowning man's frozen ceiling. And if it's a day gone by, then it's 365. 365. That's right. I'll sit back over the bed. I can't believe it's Monday again. Part of the problem is the passage of time. Part of the problem is what goes with salt and lime. Part of the problem is the answer is a cure. And a big part of that is the thing that keeps me poor. Sunset's columns support a feeling like holes in a drowning man's frozen ceiling. And if it's a day gone by, then it's 365. And if it's a day gone by, then it's 365. If it's a day, if it's a day, if it's a day gone by, 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 if it's a
Day gone by. It's 365. Hello, everybody. It is me, Gene Skinner. Hope you're all having a good night tonight for Case of the Mondays. I see you, weeb. We're all doing well. As usual, for a Case of Mondays, I don't always usually, but when I do, I will do it. I open a beer. I have a Stay Out of Malibu. It is a Berliner Weiss sour style ale with milk, sugar, cardamom, Earl Grey tea, and pomegranate. A lot of ingredients in it. It's out of Aurora Brewing Company. And where is the ABV on this? What is... Oh, it's a 5.5, so it's not super high in ABV. Alright, let's open that up. Let's get into the show. Oh, it's bubbling over a little bit. A little bit more carbonation than I thought there was going to be, but that's okay. I just let that sit to the side and die down for a bit before I pour it. And let's get right into the show, shall we? Here we go. Beavers make weird noises.
What sound does a beaver make? What does a beaver sound like? I don't know. Whoa.
Why does it sound like that?
Wow. Oh my god.
It's a murder pig.
Whoa.
Boo,
That's
dog.
so cool. That's so cool. I didn't know beavers were so awesome.
Anyway, past Lumpy Touch. Ramen, you sent this in.
Wealth and power
And wealth.
a relatively small measure through the denizens, the sad and lonely and sick denizens of my web chat. I've gone sick with power. I want to amass more power and wealth from the denizens of my web chat that I host, and I have a lot of influence over.
That's Jeeves. Stewie's not having a fun
What
time.
you ought to do, man, is start a UFO cult on the internet through your website that you host. You're the web host of the site, sysadmin.
What great
You
audio.
start a UFO cult. That's a good way.
Oh,
to
I should
get
actually
people
post the
way
beer
we think
art.
about things right now
It's a
is
big
technology
Lebowski
and
inspired,
progress,
by the
but
way, if anyone has
seems
seen
like
that Coen
the
Brothers film.
context through which
Let
to
me get that for you. I mean, a lot of you
and
probably have. It's kind of a cult
unveiling
film.
of the
Maybe you
lifting
haven't.
the
There you go.
veil.
You know who it is. It's Jeff Bridges. That's
do
who's on
the
the can.
alien move, but be real about it.
But be real about it.
Yeah, I guess I gotta get abducted or summon an alien in some capacity.
How do you summon an alien?
I know, I'll search the internet through a search engine. I'm gonna use one of several search engines to come up with potential ways with which I can contact an alien.
Several ways.
Go where there's PDF and .wav files primarily. That's where you'll find what you are looking for.
Or
Found something, a .txt file.
a
entitled
.exe.
How to summon an alien just from crud from your local gas station. Over.
Summon an alien from crud?
Oh man, I heard about this one. All it requires is a Star Wars t-shirt.
This audio is top tier quality, by the way, for the video ramen. It really sets the
Lucky
mood.
Cup, alien moss incense, alien stone incense,
Alien stone infants.
um,
That whole Newground flash quality. Yeah. This sounds like it was recorded off somebody's phone.
a guitar.
Like the audio itself. Have you ever like called
home
somebody
computer
and like recorded
and
like
this
back in
very
the day,
webpage
just recording
over.
someone like a fucking answering
that's right, a
machine?
guitar in the webpage.
And how fucking scuffed
Over.
that would sound? That's what this reminds me of.
Just
I've
a
totally
gas
never done that
station, a
myself
local
in the
gas
past.
station
Nope,
near
that never
your
happened. I've
home.
never done that.
Have
You
the
won't find it,
over-
chat. Alright? You won't.
I hate to leave my mom's basement. Not because
I hate
of
to
any,
leave my mom's basement.
Negative
Also, be sure to
stereotypes
like the stream.
and such that have
Thank
to
you.
do with being a web host and sysadmin, but instead because
You know, I always appreciate it.
we inherited a house that's on Skinwalker.
Especially if you're
Ranch,
enjoying the
famous
show.
UFO place in Utah. Over.
Oh shit, so you're gonna have success, it sounds like. You've had these experiences. Over.
Yes, my mother lives in the
His mother
basement as
lives.
well because of the on account of the paranormal stuff. It's a bit cramped. Over.
I see now the intrigue and amassing wealth from your user base. Over.
A sightful eye and an ear to the ground as ever, Kenneth. Over.
I'm supposed to tell you stuff to help you summon an alien that's going to
Summon the alien.
alter your
That's
life
fucking
in
terrifying.
several ways.
That fucking art is
But,
terrifying.
I am currently banned permanently.
Permanently
from the
banned
website,
permanently?
And that
Damn,
has
you let that
made
happen?
my social life a nunzo world because everyone in this county uses that website. And furthermore, you have used feces in the bathroom to write Graffiti. It's absolutely disgusting animalistic behavior. You've stolen grape soda.
My proposition is not a difficult one. You hand me the shit, and I get the function of your store and pay you with my e-wallet. Dummy. Over.
Nice. Over.
Later.
My collection
That's what it
of
says later.
framed optical illusions gives me insight into
It does sound like Xbox
the
Live quality.
eye-to-brain connection, which
Ramen, this is how you walk.
in return brings together the entirety of
What's
my
going on with his, like, head?
web
Half of it's
identity.
disappearing.
Ask and you shall receive, fellow optometric.
Automatrique?
Anybody trying to diminish the viral success of your low taper fade meme will be
Punished severely. What is going on? Why does he look like that? What is going on?
I want to get out of this.
Told my family about all about it. Wasn't diagnosed with he was actually incredibly right.
Oh my god.
The problem was immediately they would even be in the house to grab me and I would see them too. But
It was a week so long. Damn it.
But then they actually
I was just getting New Jersey with an alien.
New Jersey?
pointing at them and they were there.
What?
Mars rovers.
Let's pour this beer. The foam's finally died down. Trying to pour it slowly because it's still very carbonated.
I don't know.
Some maniac came up with?
organization came up with just to fuck with people, basically. And, Illuminatus and Robert...
Very slowly. It's filling up slowly, very slowly. There's a lot of foam head on it.
Like, it becomes this weird...
And pour a little faster.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's good. Just that's it to have the foam die a bit.
You know, previously it'd be one maniac can get success with like a single JFK thing or something. But when you have stuff like
tasty.
Illuminatus that ties it all together, then it's suddenly...
For a beer that has Earl Grey tea in it. Actually, don't taste the Earl Grey so far, but that was a lot of foam.
And it encourages you to sort of start pulling all this other stuff together and creating your own, like, schizo world map.
Schizo world map?
It's really a crazy, like,
Hell yeah.
lore invention, and then as other maniacs online, or, like, through the mail, or whatever the fuck they were doing in, like, the 70s, start shipping in, it just gradually builds and builds. It's like an SCP creepypasta, except for the government, and, like, real life.
The government.
Not really anybody like in charge, so you end up with sort of subcults. So
Subcult?
Cults like the Church of Subdeviants and stuff, but then there's also real cults that end up pulling all this stuff together. And then there's also like, you know, government bodies that are using government or just like organizations that are using stuff like this as just a convenient shorthand and a way to like obfuscate, like it benefits them if there is like all these crazy theories about.
I feel like I've zoned out like 10 times.
Rosicrucians or fucking Illuminati or whatever.
The Illuminati.
Every now and then they use an idea.
Thank you, Ramen. That's one way to. That's the one way for viewer submissions to start the streams. Magnavox Strugs at this in.
Hey, Mark. What's going on? Oh, I'm just making a home movie. Well, where's the big camera and crew? That's not necessary. Not with the Magnavox Movie Maker. We've got a zoom, an autofocus,
zoom?
and even
Damn.
a light sensor. Slow down, Mr. Hollywood.
Slow down,
Don't
buddy.
worry. It's super easy to use. I'll show you how.
I'm gonna steal
You
your
just
soul.
Hit record, and we're good to go. What do I do?
Nothing.
Well, you can start by taking your pants off.
Whoa.
Come on, Mark.
Whoa.
That's not funny. I said take your fucking pants off. Where did you get that gun?
Do you ever want to see your family again? You'll take your fucking pants off! Just like that, Dan. I don't like this! Isn't making movies fun? I don't like this! Say you love making movies! I love making movies!
Smart choice. Very smart.
Wow. Alright, Madness Combat, here we go. Now I'm invested. Somewhere in Nevada. Madness Combat 12. Damn. And Nevada ain't doing so hot in the improbable. You know? Nevada's not been doing so hot in the Madness universe. But don't worry, Las Vegas isn't real. Oops. God, it's come a long way. Dude, Jesus. Agents. Use code HERETIC for a 15% purchase off of the Magnify. That's right. Oh shit. Holy fuck. Talk about Newgrounds. All that comes to mind when I think of Newgrounds. I mean, there's a lot of stuff. But Madness, especially for me, comes to mind when I think of Newgrounds. Damn. Got him. Oh, not yet. The guy is still not dead. He's gonna die. Nope, he's got a shield again. What an asshole. Oh shit. And sword to the face. Yep. On the chest. Oh, now the face. Whee! Is that Hank? Oh no. It's not Hank. That's Hank. Yeah, right, he got speared. Hank has been revoked. Whoop. There's the... maybe... oh. Stop meddling. I remember the fact that Jesus is supposed to be player 2. And there's the fucking clown. Dead. Uh-oh. 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 Next. Oh, ooh. Oh, he's healed. That healed him. Saints through. Woof. Damn. These guys didn't stand a chance. Damn, son. Uh-oh. There he is. You're gonna want to keep moving. He's right behind you. Woo! That's a big ass spear. Nope, everything's all. Yeah, he's coming. Should have fucking ran. Ooh. Ooh. There's something going on with the code interface. Meanwhile. No, he did not. Is Deimos the one who's basically helping Sanford right now? It's all supposed to be correcting itself, because the improbability track got fucking destroyed. Supposed to be, doesn't mean it is. I wonder if it resets it, will be back to the actual first madness. That'd be funny. You have to think, like, how does it end if it resets? Does it just go back to Madness 1? Oh god. Well, fuck that guy. Not the smartest move. Oh shit! Ultraviolet test commenced. Holy fuck! I don't know what that was, but that looked creepy. Someone's helping him. Oh yeah, it is Deimos. Got him. Very nice. Thank you, Ramen. Always enjoy Madness Combat. Moving on. Strog, you sent this, and here we go.
Class of 1990, we made it! Yeah!
A local high school was nominated for the Wellington Foundation Art Show. And it's all thanks to this creative student. Most students who attend after-school activities are playing sports, but that's not the case for Elliot Decker, who started up an after-school art club and is producing watercolor portraits of all 250 students in his grade.
Terrifying.
Each piece is part of a collaborative project titled Targets.
Teacher said he's nothing short of a prodigy, and for an upcoming mural, he's even asked for a blueprint of the entire school.
Oh no!
The weakest points are in the base of the cafeteria. Unfortunately, there's some pretty solid beams supporting the library.
No.
The Wellington Foundation Art Show takes place on March 3rd. Elliot expects his work to be completed by early December.
It's going to be a masterpiece.
Oh god. Alright, Ram, you sent this in. He got the Stuzzy on his fucking sweater there, I see. Alright, thank you for that, Roman. Moving on. Strike, you sent this in.
Maverick to base. I'm approaching the target in my Boeing aircraft, which was made entirely by Boeing's top engineers. Releasing payload.
Oh no!
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It's Boeing time.
Accurate.
The saddest part is that Boeing aircraft was only 1 day away from retirement.
Wasn't that particular plane only made last week?
Yeah, that's right. 1 week is about the average shelf life of a Boeing product these days.
How much did it cost to build?
About $300 billion. But don't worry, it was all taxpayers' money.
Thank you for that, Strog. Moving on. I put this in.
Stay on the bike! Oh my god, it's gone!
Put this in.
Behind him, a crowd of 37 countable strange figures stood there silently. Features were unidentifiable. Panic broke out in control again. They requested subject to speed up and return following the cable path. Few seconds later, screams were caught on the audio with panic from subject. 5 shots fired as subject aimed pistol at something massive. Hello everybody, I'm the Rubber. Today, we bring you an SCP Foundation Euclid class object SCP-093. SCP-093 is a primarily red disc carved from a stone composite resembling cinnabar, with circular engravings of unknown symbols carved at 0.5 centimeters depth around the entire object. 093 will change hue when held by a living individual. The colors taken by 093 are still being researched to establish a link. Current belief holds that the changes depend upon regrets carried by the holder. If 093 is removed from a mirror and not held by a person, it will seek out the nearest mirror-like surface. 093 has been observed to travel in the largest possible circle while rolling, building up phenomenal speed. The mechanism of this acceleration is currently unknown. If an obstacle is between 093 and the nearest mirror-like surface, it will use this momentum to punch through the obstacle and continue on its course at this speed. It will only stop when a mirror-like surface is contacted. Despite tremendous impact velocities, no damage will be dealt to 093 or the mirror. A test procedure was initiated to establish why mirrors must be used to contain it. The results lead to the discovery of any living beings holding SCP-093 and placing it against a mirror will in fact move into the mirror.
Oops.
A series of testing on human interaction with mirrors while holding 093 have been authorized to ascertain the destination reached through this travel. Records below details the first testing. Mirror Test 1, color blue. The test subject's codename D20384, male, 34 years old, stocky, with a record of murder and attempted suicide. The subject was cooperative in this instructions for the entire test. He was required to wear a buckle harness strapped to the chest and attached to a tension pulley system for emergency retrieve. Subject was also attached to a video system with a camera mounted on its head. He was also loaded with technical equipment that would facilitate his mission of exploration, such as wrist-mounted light source, field kit bag, standard issue Beretta 9mm firearm loaded with 24 rounds of ammunition, and recording equipment. He entered the provided mirror while holding SCP-093, which emitted a blue color. Outside technicians observed that the mirror retained a true reflection until the subject had completely passed into it, at which time the view changed to an outdoor landscape, heavily tinged in blue. The camera activates, flickers to view. The scene was composed of an open field with strong blue tones, similar to the entrance object. As a reference, the blue tones were absorbing most of the lightness in the picture. Despite this, subject indicates that the landscape shows no difference to that of a normal state. No discernible landmarks visible as subject pans view left to right. Only grass, weeds, and a breeze moving the taller grass. No trees, no living
as
beings
you
were
do.
visible. Subject moves forward as instructed, traveling for approximately 500 steps before something becomes visible. A patch of the land up ahead is barren, and grass can be seen dying as the subject approaches it. Approximately 300 steps forward, subject was standing before a hole in the ground. Such a hole shows signs of man architecture, but with unknown tools. It seems that it was not made by forces of nature. Subject was instructed to enter the hole. Despite protests from the subject, he agreed to use a pulley system, and the camera suffers a light shudder. About 100 meters of cable was used before reaching the bottom. The light source provided in field kit activated 50 meters down when outside sources became unreliable. Sweeping
Sasha's nesting
gestures of
next
the
to me. Say
light
hi to
reveal
Sasha,
nothing
everybody.
more than dirt, even at the bottom of the hole. The control station commented about the ongoing blue tinge in the recordings, but subject clarifies that it must be the connectivity problem. Subject prepared his firearm for personal safety and moved forward with the assistance of the light source. The tunnel turned from bare dirt to a concrete enclosure. Subject complains of a stench. The light source was revealed to be ceiling light fixtures, a series of which with less than a quarter broken while the others function. A series of 6 doors, 3 to a side, span before the camera view with a 7th door visible at the end of the corridor that has been blocked by what looked like generic metal shelving debris. Debris
As you
shows
do.
signs of rusting and was typical of retail store units suggesting other human presences. Subject requested to try doors, in whatever order he chooses. Subject tried the first door on the right. The door was locked, could not open. The second door could not open either. The third door had the same results as the first. The door in front of the third door does open fully, and the light was bright in the room. The portable light was switched off at this time, as the subject pans the camera to inspect the room. The room was empty. The only remarkable thing was the dirty walls. According to the subject, the material on the walls looked similar to a melted plastic, but was brown in color rather than black. The next door has no handle, does not move when pushed. None of the doors can show internal elements through the spy holes. The door next to the entrance has a keyhole with a key still on it, but the back of the key was missing. With effort, the subject manipulates the key. He managed to open the door and immediately began coughing, complaining of a stench. Maybe it was because of the natural air condensed in such an abandoned place. This stench made the subject feel sick. With control, asked if he could continue. The subject agreed and described the odor as sulfur. The walls of the last room were as bright as the floor. The ceiling resembles the brown molten plastic-like material in the fourth room. There was what it seemed to be some makeshift cot made from aged blankets with a pillow, a wooden crate containing open boxes of what appeared to have been foodstuffs, and a second crate in the room contains what
Sasha
appears
has now
to be
changed her
empty
mind and
water
is now
bottles
laying
that have dried out.
on the
It has
floor.
been proved that the cave has a human origin.
past
One of the
where
boxes
my,
with the word cereal
collection of
confirmed the
cassettes
theory.
is. She has
A
boxes
book
over there
laid
she can
next
lay
to the
into,
cot.
but she does not want to lay on. She
Closed,
wants to lay on
no
the floor.
title or identifying marks.
What a goofball.
Walls were covered by old clipped articles with language that could not be read. Subject was asked to remove clippings for retrieval. All articles but one crumble at the touch due to age. The intact article was put in a field sample container and seems the most recent compared to the others. Audio on the tape went strange, and a high-pitched screeching noise like grinding metal dominated all communication for 3.5 seconds. When the noise stopped, the subject asked Control to repeat request, but Control made no request during that time, as headsets were removed. Subject advised to leave room, and stated that the door has begun closing slowly on its own, and if left alone, will close. Subject was advised to leave the room. A careful review of the following 10 seconds of the tape showed that as the camera pans, a figure was visible at the end of the tunnel where the 7th door was. The door was open only enough for a face to be seen
That's
through a
not
crack
creepy.
just before the door silently closes. No details can be seen. Seeing nowhere else to explore, Subject requested to return. As Subject returned back down the tunnel, his camera feed does not change or show anomaly, but Control reports a sudden surge in cable movement, pulling an additional 100 meters of cable through before going slack again and then tightening. Finally, video feed showed Subject ascending tunnels slowly while Control attempted to verify the integrity of the pulley system. Subject stated that he was not climbing. The rope was pulling him up. Panic sets in on both sides and Subject informed to ready firearm. Upon reaching the top of the hole, nothing was visible on camera, and subject reported that nothing has changed in the landscape. Then, subject began a return trip following the path of the cable. The subject slowly panned the camera in full circle. On film, behind subject, a crowd of 37 countable strange figures stood there silently. Features were unidentifiable, and they lacked the blue hue that dominates the landscape. Panic broke in control again, but subject only noticed that the cable had an angled path. Control requested subject to speed up and return following the cable path. Just seconds later, screams were caught on the audio with panic from subject. 5 shots fired as subject aimed pistol at something massive. Control saw a massive human being crawling on the ground, easily 50 times the size of a normal person with no facial features and a noticeably short arm reach, pulling itself toward the subject. Proximity fine details could not be made out, but at least one observer noted that the being appeared to have been shot from the marks in the otherwise smooth, featureless face.
So he got him. Right in the face.
Communication was cut off, and the pulley system continued to pull in. Once the rope was fully retracted by control station, there was no trace of the subject. The only thing recovered was the field kit bag, containing the newspaper article and SCP-093. I hope you enjoyed today's video. Which SCP do you want to see in the next video, and why it is interesting? Let us know in the comment below. We will draw your story and share it with the world. Don't forget to click like, subscribe to the channel, and hit the bell. Please share it to your friends if you like this video. Thank you so much for watching, and we will see you.
Here we go. This is Lake of the Ozarks. This is from Awesome Documentary. I'm going to speed this up just to be on the safe side. Please don't hit my channel. I'm really showing off how cool your actual filming things are. I'm not claiming this is mine at all. 1.25 speed, just to be on the safe side.
2024, Lake of the Ozarks. We're here at Papa Tubby's.
That chick has no tits. The chick had more tits. Lake of the Ozarks. Also, there's supposed to be some buffalo chip in this too, but we'll see. A bike. And bikes. So this is the Lake of the Ozarks Biker Fest. Lake of the Ozarks is really big. Oh, titties. Bikinis and titties. Who can complain? Speed. Oh, that's nice. That's a nice hog. Boat. Booties and boobies. Nice bike. Titties. Shady gator. More bikes. Nice patio.
Welcome to the cycle showcase.
She has. She has. That's all I have to say. She has. Jongs. That is a disco ball helmet.
So, Brittany, how are you enjoying Lake of the Ozarks?
I've enjoyed it a lot. Today is our last day, and finally the sun came out.
I'm glad the sun's out too.
A little bit of shiny bikes all over the place, and today we have plenty of those.
Plenty of shiny bikes. That's a chopper. That's a gator. That's a woman with muscles. Pretty sure she won like the event. I think she won like the I don't remember which one. This one or another one. She won one of them, that's why she's here. Anyway, bikes, boats, titties, lawns. Yeah, maybe she's won that one. I don't remember. I do not remember.
Must be prom.
Must be prom.
Or something.
Homecoming. Just like that. Bikes, choppers, hogs. I think that's a Harley, but it's been like definitely modified, so you don't see the symbol on it anymore. Which most people do. They don't like to show that shit, especially not with Harley. That's Harley. Boat. I think the Lake of the Ozarks is really big too. Like it's a huge lake system that kind of looks. I think they call it like the Midwest Dragon or something. It's weird, just because of how it's shaped. Dairy Queen, bikes, more bikes, titties. Beach. Not beach.
Time to get your bathing suit on.
Get your bathing suit on. Bike. Fudge. Dog patch. Nice. Big size. A those things, yeah, triple force space to keep them up. That's what's happening. Don't doubt it. It's literally happening. Harley Davidson. That's a cool looking bike. Hogs. That is definitely custom. That looks like a chopper. The other one definitely has a chopper.
So were you out here watching
Titties.
bikes? How many bikes did you watch?
I watched two today, and then I'm going over to Lakeside. So.
Cool. What's Lakeside?
It's another event like this.
Oh, so Lakeside.
It was like, there'll be more girls out here later tonight too.
Awesome.
Oh, okay. More choppers. Booty. That is an Indian, I think. That's an Indian scout. Awesome documentary. Look at all the stuff. That's actually split up on his own thing, too. That's why I was making that noise. Those are a bunch of road gliders? Road Kings? I can't tell. Booty. A boat. Okay. Slowed that down. Actually, that was that noise.
I'm sorry.
That's a Harley. Wendy's. We big smoking and drink. We be smoking and drinking. Harleys. Oh, no, those are choppers. Those are all choppers. Jelly Roll was at Sturgis Chip this year, by the way. Buffalo Chip in Sturgis. That lady has body paint on. She's not wearing a top. The Hub. A comic store? Anyway. That guy's having fun. Look at that hog. I think we've seen that, at least I've seen that in other places too. A lot of people just, they'll travel all over for these things. Usually they're like, not all of them, but a good majority of them are like 10-day events. I just can't imagine going to one for like 10 whole days. Unless it's something big and you really want to go. But doing it like constantly, 10 whole days, I don't know about that one. Some people make their, a life out of it, so good on them. Caves. Booty.
Now we found all.
Load twice. Look twice before. Oh yeah, because you want to make sure you're not hitting the bicyclist. But motorcyclist. Alley cats. Pizzeria and pub. Housing. Titties. Bikes. Capitol building? Bridge. I don't know. More bikes. Definitely road gliders, road kings. Custom jobs. That's a custom chopper. Or maybe it's definitely a custom Harley of some kind. Missouri Civil War. G15 hybrid. Wait and see. Callaway County, Missouri. A woman. He is driving a literal. Oh wow, that's a fucking jet ski out of water. Made into a motorcycle. That's funny. That is another. That definitely looks like a chopper. Not long handlebars, though, no wave hangers. Water's dripping. A wagon. More custom bikes. The Capitol building again, I guess. And we're on a highway run. Titties. And we're on a golf cart now. And now we're looking at bikes again. Titties. I know, I'm using one word. But that, it's really quick, it's a montage of those kind of stuff. You literally see it's like a collage of everything that's going on there. And they usually, they're dressed like that because they are washing the bikes. Your bike washed. On that long road.
So you're gonna be in the contest later, right?
I am.
Awesome.
Number 4.
Oh, number 4? Well, that's pretty cool right there.
I was a waitress. That's a cool look. Yeah, that's a cool looking. That's the fucking jet ski turned into a bike. Hi. How are you? Titties. She's in denim. In denim dress. That's a shark cave. Shark. I couldn't say what. Really fast. That's another custom chopper. That looks nice. I like the color. I like it. Custom bikes.
Aaron, what's up?
Hey Aaron, nice cleavage.
Awesome. How you been? Huh?
I love seeing you guys.
More ditties. I mean, there are other shots before we see the shots that we've seen already. Traintown, USA. She is wearing a Harley Davidson orange top.
Make sure you subscribe. Oh, we're getting a lot of hearts.
Oh, there you go.
Oh, there you go. She's got her TikTok. Or Instagram, either one. Who knows? That's just a hiking trail. More bikes at night. More custom bikes. That is a really bright, gaudy pink. But I like the bodywork. I just don't like the color. Cool. Scenery. More bikes. That was the chick in the blue bikini, I think we saw earlier. Now she's just at the bar, so she's wearing something a little bit more conservative, I guess. Quotations. Bad conservative. Schnooks. The other one. Looks like she's wearing lingerie instead of a bikini. No, maybe, oh, never mind. It is a bikini. The top looked like a lingerie, like it actually was raw. Number 15. Number 15. Storm, I guess, with clouds like that. Yeah. More bikes, more hogs. Hog rog. Ribbon hog action. Booty. That's a nice custom. City of, okay. City of Lake Ozark. Okay.
Some soda. I would not recommend it.
I would not recommend it. Something in that cave. Don't recommend it.
Brittany and
More bike watching. Booty.
Rose?
Brittany and Rose. I guess he knows them. But again, some people just go around washing bikes and doing this shit like all year round. So don't be surprised if you see people in other videos if we watch any from any other channel, be it Awesome Documentary or his buddy's channel, Prime Cup Pro. They both have channel. They have some Imo's Pizza. Imo's Pizza. Imo's.
You gotta be from St. Louis.
In my opinion, it's pizza.
Or at least Missouri.
Oh, the misery. Wow, she was twerking. Custom, kind of. Titties. The Encore. That is one stretched out fucking chopper. That looked cool. Ish. I couldn't see all of it, but looked cool. That's another road glider, road gig. That I say that because they're both very hard to tell which one's which. They have very similar body designs. Marty's Bride. Booty. That is the chick that won one of the Miss Something competitions here, I think. Stark Caverns, okay. So it's Stark Caverns, not Shark Caverns. America. Booty. I think that's another biker bar. I mean, I imagine there's a lot of biker bars here if it's a biker catering town. Are you a bad boy?
No, I'm good.
No, I'm good.
Patch Arcade.
Oh, it's a Hog Patch Arcade. Arcade chat. Titties. One who has titties, the other chick not so much. That's a nice house. Have some fries and a burger. I think that's Prime Cup Pro sitting across from him. I think that's who that is. To the both here most of the time. They go like most of the time together. Film. Damn. Nice. Women. Bikes. That's a boat. A woman. Oh, this having a sway effect and that's making the mirrors look fucked up. America flag and veteran flag. Purple heart? I think that's the flag for No biker bike, like outlaw motorcyclist. Booty.
Can I get a picture of the two of you guys together?
Can I? Oh, the three of you. Now, see? That's where it's set up right there. That's where he took those pictures that we saw earlier. It was that setting up right there. Sometimes he puts it out of order like that, so you don't really see it. It's like, oh, that's how it came to be as a shot. Oh, shit. Someone's in it with him. 85. Fahrenheit. Oh, it's hot as hell. Hot as hell. Alright, there we go. Daytona playlist right there. 86 videos. Damn. That's a lot of years of going. Moving on. Strog, you sent this in. Here we go. If Batman had Marvel dialogue.
Yup, that's me. You're probably wondering how I ended up in this situation.
Falcone may not have killed your parents, Bruce. He's destroying everything that they stood for.
Not if I have anything to say about it.
Oh, God.
Wait till he gets a load of this.
Oh, shit.
You're not mad at me, are you? Yup, she's mad. Definitely mad. You know, if Falcone is as tough as they say, I'm gonna need a bigger gun. What is this, a traffic stop?
I wouldn't have a second's hesitation in blowing your head off.
Last time I saw a chump like you was this morning when I was eating it for breakfast.
Oh my god. Cringe intensely.
Hey, what is this, high school? Oh, well, that's gonna leave a mark. Not bad if I say so myself.
Awful.
What bets? Most of
what bets, Mr. Bruce?
Because I'm Batman. Duh. Sheesh, Alfred, are you stupid or something?
Where do you think you're going? You're not going anywhere. Oh man, I'm out of here.
That's right. We better run.
Batman. Oops.
I'm gonna need a bigger taser.
What the?
What the?
Looks like we got company. You guys are gonna want to see this. He's right above us, isn't he?
He's right above us. There he is. Falling down like a bat. As bats are one to do. He's right behind him like Spider-Man.
What the hell are you? I'm Batman.
Okay, now tell me your real name.
No, not tell me you're like Scarecrow.
I'm seeing double here.
It's not who you are underneath. It's what you do that defines you.
You can say that again.
Oh god.
What the?
You could die. At least tell me your name.
You mean Fear Talks?
Hello?
Oh,
Are
hello.
the Cape and the Cowl not ringing any bells
Directed
here?
by Josh
I'm
Whedon,
Batman.
yeah.
Sheesh, you're more stupid than Alfred.
Wait, how do you
Jocelyn.
know who Alfred is? Bruce?
Well, this is awkward.
Well, this is awkward.
Take this, and this, and this. Nice doggy. Nice
doggy.
This isn't what it looks like.
He's right behind me, isn't he?
Yeah.
He's at 250 52nd Street, and she's on Avenue X.
You gotta be kidding me right now.
Rental. Oh. Oops.
Would now be a bad time to tell you that your shoe's untied? Well, that's good.
There's Bane.
Good morning.
So you came back to die with your city.
I came back to stop you. All right, no more Mr. Nice Bat.
Oh god.
There's more where that came from. Then all you got? Miss me, miss me, now you gotta kiss me. You gotta get the nuke out over the river. It's a tough job, but somebody's gotta do it.
God.
Well, here goes nothing.
Here goes nothing.
Well, that just happened.
Well, that just happened.
Surprise, surprise.
Alfred's alive. I guess. Ramen, you sent this in. Here we go. Gen Z nostalgia. A GameCube. A silver one, not the purple one. I'm surprised it's not the orange one. Jimmy Neutron. Yeah, that's a DS. That's an actually, yeah, it's an SD. No, it's not. It's not just Nintendo DS. It's an SD. Damn. That's Tom, voiced by Steve Blum, who always sounds the same. Stuart Little. Zachville. McDonald's. Oh god, look at that fucking thing. I remember seeing those. Island. Lego Island, that is. Kid Cuisine! Man, eat that brownie. Hannah Montana. That's Miley Cyrus, right? I don't remember. XJ9? Yeah. Danny Phantom. Gushers. Camp Laszlo. That's made by the same guy as Angry Beavers, I believe. The Stuzzy? Ring Pops. A PS2 and thin PS2. My cousin had both of those. Pebbles, the fuck? Circus peanuts? My great grandfather ate that shit. Chug along. Circus peanuts are not Gen Z. Computropolis. Postopia. Cows? Okay. What the fuck is that? Weedios? Weetabix? Weedios? Oh, eat your Weetabix. Cherokee Red soda? What? A dog. Fat ass Labrador. Is that fucking supposed to be Tostitos? Or a fucking... I have no idea what the hell this is. A forest. How Gen Z. Thank you for it. What am I looking at? I still have no idea what this fucking thing is. What you and your friend share matters. You wouldn't share a car online. Red Hot? Sound fucking like garlic bread? A family. A dank ass basement. No. I have no idea what the hell this is. Game Boy Advance. That's just terrifying. Alright. Clip art of... That's... I don't know what that is, but okay. What the fuck is this? Ah yes, sitting alone in a room with no escape. That's kind of the joke. Unce's chips, crab chips. The Matrix of hallways. Yes, your principal still has this phone, by the way. Is that like Hempwick? What is that? Ah, yes. Yes. Me too, dog. Me too. A collapsing cityscape. An average Gen Zer. Imaginimals? The hell is this? Oh, is that fucking Wikipedia? Ah, thank God for pole cheese. I don't know what that is, but it looks busted as fuck. Jingling some keys. This guy, he's ready for it. Are you? When the heat death of the universe happens? That's a praying mantis. That's a grizzly bear with red eyes. Is it supposed to be like a woke bear? Is it supposed to be some kind of creepypasta? I don't know. Is this fucking Worlds? I know these things. You can actually, they're like fucking Ninja Star cookies. Oh look, ramen, it's you. That's from that one game that's made by the LSD guy. Ominous, thank God. The ever-essential dread. Okay. A wedge. There's a wedge in my life. Okay, robot. One of those fucking mouse pads. Premium Hoop and Oyster Crackers by Nabisco. Farm Rich Mushrooms. That's that one game. I just forgot of it. It's one on the GameCube that a lot of people like. Endless Eternal something. That is fucking... That was the fucking sushi that's made from spam from Hawaii. Ah, more dread. Bobby Frog. Excuse me. Just snowing. Just dread. You know. Oh my god, the fucking burnout on that TV. Thank you, Tetsuya. Eternal Darkness, Sandy's Requiem. Ah, that is another image for Jamiroquai? Puddles. Polo shirt. 2013. Something happened. You decide what. The elderly. Despair. A Christmas tree. Is that a fake Christmas tree or a real Christmas tree? I can't tell. Probably a real one. I don't know what's going on here, but I hate it. Whatever this fucking series is again. Yes. Bowling. 3D bowling. Me too, dog. Me too. It's a Maple Story or something. Ah, yes. Have some of your Kellogg's Frosted Flakes. This is how you look after eating them. The World Wide Web. Oh, it's supposed to be this. Yeah, this is supposed to be an ironic shitpost about nostalgia bait. I can see that. Ponderosa. Hey, I feel that one, dog. I am a skeleton. Is that World's End or Second Life? What is that? Oh, I don't want to go down there. I can tell you right now, I'm not going down there. Strog sent this in. The Voyage Files, upcoming AI sci-fi series. Oh,
I've been writing this series called Biolands, all the way back since 2011.
Alright, I'm ready. Tell me about the lands of the bio.
Is a vast sci-fi fantasy story with countless adventures, characters, and lore. There is so much to uncover, and the main story is a little too much to bring to the screen right now. So to dip our feet in the waters, I'll be releasing a mini-series on this channel called Biolands, The Voyage Files.
The Voyage Files, made by AI.
The story focuses on one of the Great Havens, Cascadia.
Oh, Cascadia, you say. Many people come from Cascadia.
Two AI companions, Monday and Lux, on research voyages into the Biolands. With them, we'll be charting strange new landscapes.
I'm feeling it, Mr. Krabs.
Uncovering new civilizations.
And
encountering bizarre new forms of life. Each episode is 15 plus minutes in length.
Oh, damn.
If you're a fan of more atmospheric science fiction, I think you might like this one.
I can smell it from here.
Before we watch the trailer, I want to thank my associate producers and patrons. Without your support, this channel would not be possible. Thanks, guys.
Ready.
I found an opening. Follow me.
Don't eat that.
Never seen one of those before.
Yeah.
Let's head east.
You got it.
You got it. Stop giving robots accents. Aliens. Is that a dodo? It's Stitch.
Take a look at this little guy.
Can we keep him?
Alright, thanks, Strog. Moving on. Tetsuya sent this in. Here we go. Steven Seagal.
Brotherhood is the Steven Seagal mega blockbuster hit movie. Where he showed the world.
The world.
Exact same stupid shit as always. only fatter.
Only fatter.
It starts off with some
I don't know, Dakota. It looked like
car
Stitch to me.
That's too intense for this guy to handle.
I can't take this anymore.
He tries to tell Seagal that sitting right outside the building wearing sheriff vests and badges might not be the best way to do a stakeout, so Seagal laughs in his bitch rookie face. Then Seagal has a revelation and tells them sitting outside.
I mean, at least we forget, right, Dakota, what they first showed live action Stitch, what he looked like?
All his idea, so
At least we
they're
forget,
going to
right?
plan
I got it. Don't worry, Dakota. I'm gonna post it, and you'll remember.
Which means hauling
That looked like
ass
Stitch to me.
somewhere completely different.
I'm gonna post that in the place you'll know where it is the most.
Then letting Seagal's dark urges take over. While
Why does it say like it's a
Seagal's
GIF?
making a walk for the speed flinching world record, he also manages to murder wannabe
Not a GIF,
heroes
it's an
at
image.
impossible angles. Then look 65 again with his no-neck nut kicks, webbed flipper strikes,
Webbed flipper.
accidental falls that look better than most of his moves, so they say fuck it and add a sound effect. More
Boom.
nut kicks before finishing off the poor stuntman with some unscripted rabbit punches because he's such a fucking dick. But that son of a bitch
Come
has
here.
the nerve to try and survive this senseless attack, so he gets a taste of the continuity destroying two-handed, one-handed, two-handed shot.
Aw, shit.
Later, while Seagal's struggling to sit on a chair,
Sounds about right.
this guy's showing off his sweet tats.
Damn.
Now that that's handled, this guy packs up his 12-gauge string guitar and heads out to the bank.
To the bank we go.
Before he makes it
Oh, never mind.
inside, Seagal remembers Desperado, and he's not pitch meetings, he doesn't steal content, just birthdays.
Just
so they
birthdays.
just abandon the whole guitar case thing.
Wow.
But no time for that, because the Yakuza are busy talking about how awesome Seagal is.
Raised and born in Japan, speaks the language
boy.
better than you do.
Which is like 90% of what the Yakuza does on any given day.
He's been deployed all over the world as a highly skilled assassin.
Okay.
It's a fight we will not win.
They forget to mention how he oozes sex, among other things, so now they're gonna pay.
Let the Yakuza know that we're in their face and every other orifice they got.
In every other
He's
orifice.
not sure if he used orifice right.
Wow.
He didn't. He catches her staring at his junk again. Women are so shallow. Which is when SWAT calls up Seagal, who completely forgot about this whole plot line.
Man, I trained y'all know how SWAT rules.
They're right in front of the front door, and the sniper's pointing his gun at his own guy.
Wow.
Seagal definitely trained them.
Just give me a couple hours, I'll be there.
Which is
I'll
the
be there,
highly
dog.
advanced
I'll be there.
tactic of taking for fucking ever
Pain.
and hoping it works itself out. In the meantime, they're gonna try
That's
the
not
orifice
Jason
thing,
Statham.
which
It's a
didn't
bald-
make
he's bald
any
enough.
sense, but knowing Seagal, it's gotta have something to do with killing everyone.
Kill.
She makes him proud by combining nut kicks, her womanly sports knowledge, and some continuity bullshit of her own.
Of course.
Now that that's taken care of, they go to his house, but holy shit, he's not home.
He's definitely not here.
He ain't here, dog. He ain't
Incredible
here.
Police work. So Seagal shows up and admits he has no idea where he was going
Sounds about
with
right.
this whole plot line. So let's just wrap this shit up.
Wrap it up.
Seagal lets him know he was having an affair with his wife before she died, so at least she died happy.
Great.
Day go by. I don't miss her.
Way to
I
go,
don't miss her.
Seagal.
Your wife.
You did it again.
Thank you.
Go fuck yourself. Speaking of, we get another scene of the Yakuza explaining why nobody fucks with the Seagal.
After he left Japan, he was recruited into Black Ops for the U.S. government.
Yeah, no shit. Nobody does. Then, son of a bitch,
Get on the ground.
Seagal's been standing right in front of that door for who knows how long. So now he's antsy in his pantsy, and as soon as the old man surrenders, Seagal attacks. Then this innocent bystander tries to get to safety, which is one of Seagal's pet peeves. So Seagal, rapid no-brace flinch fires, which is so stupid, J-pop fucking explodes. But Seagal ain't through with him by a damn sight and continues to
Oh my God.
up. Then afterwards, he's still
Stop, he's already
so Seagal
dead.
vows to do better. And he does by planting evidence on this blue-collar worker
That means if I were to look around, I might find crystal meth.
and then playing Top Gun
We got 2 bogeys coming up on our 6, boss.
and randomly attacking his customers.
Jesus.
Then he shows the world the very powerful back slap tap is here to stay by performing it 3 times in 3 seconds. Then they give their demands,
Late night sweaty man hugs.
which thankfully happens
Gross.
off camera. Now he shows up at a crime scene, but they don't want him to investigate
Just let homicide do their job, all right?
because not only is he friends with the victim,
I understand you and the owner are close.
but he's also the killer.
I was just here.
So he pulls out this incredible argument,
I know you might think this is personal, but it's not personal. I know these people.
which is too stupid to argue with.
What the
All
fuck?
right, it's yours.
You know what? Don't you think it's personal? But I know these people. Wow, good one.
His car explodes, and nobody seems to give a shit.
Nice work, numbnut.
Now the Tongs get in a shootout with MS-13. Because who fucking cares? And none of this ever comes up again. Now, oh shit, they have no choice but to let this guy go.
He didn't understand his rights. And that's how he got bailed out on a technicality.
Wow.
I'm too stupid. Laws don't apply to me, loophole.
Get out of here.
Now women are fighting because that's what they do.
Coda, if you want some Steven Seagal movies, I can play one for Red Reel on
All
Wednesday.
they do is talk about how badass Seagal is, which is total bullshit.
Word is he's coming for us hard. If this cane is coming for us, we're shutting it down. I suggest you do the same.
Just Seagal existing ended the Tongs and the Yakuza. That's more like it. So now he's gotta move fast if he wants to mass murder them before they can turn their lives around and start doing good. While they're unloading into a terrified crowd. These brave women aren't even phased and go about this the most womanly way possible. Then this son of a bitch doesn't sit with Seagal in solidarity against the terribleness of stairs. So Seagal pulls out the crazy advanced just kinda push him technique, followed by a completely unjustifiable dick shot, which is his favorite kind of dick shot. Now this guy knows he needs some
We actually have
serious
watched Under Siege
firepower
and On
if he's
Deadly
gonna
Grounds
stand
before,
a
so we have to watch
chance,
something
and luckily,
newer.
he keeps
It
this
totally won't be
katana,
bad.
which
It'll be
according to
great.
Seagal means Japanese sword hidden stupidly behind this thing. But speaking of stupid, he's out of your fucking league.
Would you rather use your gun and shoot a man with a sword?
He'd prefer unarmed and a woman, but you deal with what you got. So fuck it, now he has sword hands. Nobody outstupid Seagal, motherfucker. Now they just have to finish a few police things, like executing this guy. And arresting this guy again, even though they just let him out, and he hasn't done anything new.
Yeah, we'll see about that.
Then a quick summary from Seagal, which is the first time we've ever agreed. They still need to kill a little more time to hit 90 minutes, but they also give
Of course they
zero
do.
fucks, so they just zoom in on this bloodstain for a while and talk about having no shame or respect for your audience and just sitting here on this frame like we don't know what you're doing. This is absolutely fuck you, I'm out.
Okay, time for our first spooky video for tonight. Let's get to that. And remember, if you like spooky stuff, you should definitely tune in on Wednesdays at 9 for the Eerie Hours, if you don't know about that. It's on Heretic and Network. I don't know what I was say Unlimited. It's on Heretic Network. Link in the description below.
When I decided to study
So be sure to sub over there if
psychoanalysis
you have
more
not.
deeply after completing my psychology degree at university, I knew it
And that's for
wouldn't
people
be
that,
easy.
you know, not
Many
not you
still hold
regulars. I
on
know
to
you
the
guys
image
know
of
this and you usually
Freud,
are there, but that's for
often
the people that just
distorted by
don't.
those
Also,
who
Sigmund
made little
Freud.
effort to read him, let alone study him thoroughly. Yet, psychoanalysis is much more than psychosexual theories.
Psychoanalysis? You mean
Dozens
psychoanalysis?
of authors have emerged since
Psychosocial
the
analysis?
1930s, some adhering strictly to Freudian psychoanalysis, others openly challenging the master. And this latter approach became the logic of analysis itself. Freud turned into a historical figure, an author of his time, impossible to align with the modern era. While his discoveries and academic contributions were revolutionary for a field of medicine that had yet to consider the subjective experience of life, the limitations of his time kept him from addressing other matters. That's where Jacques Lacan, a French analyst, came in. Despite his own
Damn
reluctance,
French.
Lacan delivered a series of seminars in the 1950s that, through his boundless genius, pushed psychoanalysis to unimaginable frontiers. The French author brought about a complete reorganization of Freud's foundation, breaking away from old frameworks, and discovering in the founder's writings the seed of a much more complex knowledge. The mind, the psyche, even what some might call the human soul, could no longer be defined by physical and concrete models. It was now time for a topological, mathematical, and abstract explanation. Although Jacques-Alain Miller, Lacan's successor, has faced much criticism, it's undeniable that thanks to his continuation of Lacan's work, which was left unfinished in the 1980s after his death, phenomena that had remained shrouded in darkness for science have finally been explained. And thanks to the psychoanalysts who followed this path of investigation into what is known as the real, I was granted more than just a
Oh shit, more
privileged
stuff about the
insight
real.
into
Hell
something
yeah, I'm
that
down.
caught me completely by surprise. After my divorce 4 years earlier, I must admit I wasn't really ready for a new relationship. At 42, the weight of age had me focused on other matters. Luciano, my only son, had moved to Brazil to study foreign languages, and I was on the verge of earning my doctorate in psychoanalysis. It was during a symposium led by Professor Diana Rabinovich at the Faculty of Psychology at the University of Buenos Aires that I met Victoria. Since we were both in the same field, it was easy to strike up an initial conversation, one of those that seem rather superficial at first. She was 3 years older than me and had been widowed 10 years before. After a few dates, we made our relationship official and thus began one of the most peculiar episodes in my psychoanalytic research. After a few months, we visited her mother's house in the Palermo neighborhood. Her mother, elderly and under the care of a nurse, also lived with Victoria's older sister, who'd been bedridden for life after an accident in her teenage years.
Oops.
When they told me the story of the accident, I was so stunned that my mind went blank. But a few days later, while talking with Victoria, I shared my wild idea that her older sister might have been affected by the real. Although we were both trained in psychoanalysis, Victoria had specialized in child and adolescent therapy, so her academic focus was much closer to Kleinian theories and the work of François Dolto. For that reason, she wasn't familiar with the research Jacques-Alain Miller had been conducting on Jacques Lacan's more obscure concept. To provide some context, it's necessary to recount the accident involving Victoria's sister. Valentina, at the age of 15, was on vacation in the Uruguayan city of Punta del Este. There, she was the sole survivor of a horrific fire in which all of her friends and schoolmates, who were with her on a summer school trip, perished. The trauma was overwhelming, and what initially seemed to be minor injuries from the flames eventually destroyed Valentina's life. She had been rushed to the hospital for a burn on her arm. At first, the doctors assured her she would fully recover in a few months, although she would be left with a permanent scar. However, as the weeks went by and months passed, Valentina began to lose sensation in her arm. The wound from the fire spread to her shoulder,
Wow, Strong, you got a pair.
and soon her entire right arm became completely paralyzed. Her arm became as rigid as stone. The muscles stiffened in such an abnormal way that no doctor was able to correctly diagnose her condition. After 2 years, the poor girl, still haunted by the psychological aftermath of the catastrophe, began to experience troubling psychotic episodes. She claimed to see worms crawling up her arm each night, laying eggs in tiny holes. The nights became a living hell for her. The worst came a few
normal
months
visions
later,
and stuff.
when,
Totally normal.
convinced that these worms would eventually emerge from somewhere in her body, she grabbed a knife and gouged out her own eyes, believing they had turned into worm eggs. After this incident, Valentina never spoke again. Her right arm, year after year, began to lose its normal skin color, turning a grayish hue. By the time she turned 26, her entire arm had taken on a metallic appearance, including the visible bone and muscle structures.
Oh, God.
Despite numerous suggestions for amputation, she adamantly refused, terrified by the thought that the infection would spread to other parts of her body. After the self-inflicted attack on her eyes, Valentina communicated only through a small notebook, and even then, with great difficulty. Most of her entries were filled with what psychiatrists dismissed as nonsense. Throughout her adulthood, she remained under her mother's care, confined to a dark, poorly ventilated room for nearly the entire year. When I saw her a second time, I vividly recalled some chapters from Jacques-Alain Miller's writings, and above all, the lesser-known research of Laurent Panchou. Valentina lay bedridden, carefully attended to with all the necessary precautions given her condition. Her eye sockets had dried out in an unnatural way, almost as if they were two large holes lined with brittle cardboard. Her right arm, or what remained of it, had transformed into a metallic mass that bore little resemblance to a human limb. Her lips had cracked to the point where they were indistinguishable from her wrinkled skin.
Yeah, she's definitely been affected by the
Her hair
rail.
was reduced to mere tufts of whitish strands, and the rest of her body clearly showed signs of malnutrition. When I discussed this with the nurse, she told me that, despite Valentina's deteriorated health, she was somehow stable. Her body, strangely enough, had an almost superhuman ability to process nutrients and all kinds of food. Even though she was fed large amounts of calories through a tube, she seemed to continuously lose fat and muscle. The nurse also explained that her sole task was to monitor Valentina's health, feed her,
That's
and
fucking
bathe
creepy.
her. In all her experience, even in nursing homes, she had never seen anything like this. When I shared this theory with Victoria, she reacted with some unease. She couldn't understand how Lacanian psychoanalysis could extend to cases like her sister's. However, it became much clearer once we revisited what Valentina had written years ago in her attempts to communicate. For years, Valentina had been describing an aberrant world in which she claimed to be trapped. Despite her writing containing serious grammatical errors, it was still easily understandable. She spoke of being in a place very similar to reality, but everything around her was covered in a reddish, gelatinous mass, and
Oh boy,
she
she's
could no
stuck in the
longer
reel.
recognize faces. Humans had become something like charred statues, emitting incomprehensible noises. As strange as this was, what I learned next left me speechless. Victoria revealed that, although her mother had always been fully aware of the accident, she never saw her daughter in the grotesque state we could now observe. In fact, up until a few years ago, she had normal conversations with Valentina, and this couldn't be explained by dementia or any similar condition. Her mother simply couldn't see her daughter in her true physical state. With a much clearer understanding of the case, I decided to present it, along with some colleagues, to the School of Lacanian Orientation, which was led by those close to Jacques-Alain Miller. After that day, I awaited a response, but all I received was a note in which Lacan's heir promised his forthcoming support for the case. To this day, I've heard nothing more on the matter.
Well, they blue-balled
However,
him.
some friends of mine who live in France have mentioned that this man recently presented a case in Marseille that is suspiciously similar to Victoria's. Perhaps he is not to be trusted.
That's fucking terrifying. Alrighty, Anomaly, everybody. Gonna be moving on now to our second portion of the stream through viewer-submitted stuff, but first my video. Here we go.
Did you notice these 5 Garfield cameos in other animated movies and cartoons? In the Family Guy episode Peter's Deaf Jam, Peter woke up and was deaf, but he was too distracted and focused on watching Garfield. At number 4, in the first Simpsons Treehouse of Horrors, you can spot Garfield's name on one of the gravestones.
Oh,
At
shit,
number
dog.
3, in the Robot Chicken episode Kramer vs. Showgirls, Garfield makes an appearance at the vet, where he's diagnosed with diabetes after eating too much lasagna. At number 2, in the animated movie DC League of Super Pets, when PB smashes Merton against a window, Merton finds himself face-to-face with a Garfield window cling and starts flirting with it. At number 1, in the Futurama episode Diseases, when Fry needs help with cactus pins, Dr. Zoidberg accidentally gives him a weird disease that changes him into cartoon characters, including Garfield.
Garfield.
Oh, I hate Mondays.
Me too, dog. Me too. Drugs and listen. Here we go.
In a middle-class family.
Never happening.
Oh, wow, such a powerful image. Did you see how she dodged that bullet? That is the bravest thing I have ever seen a human do.
Kamala, how and why
Glass
did you
box.
get to become the bravest human being on the planet?
Well, I...
Crying. Drowned.
There.
Continuing our 6-week series of interviewing every single one of the Vice President's relatives while they cry. Tonight, Kamala's twice removed 12th cousin.
You can't even
Twice removed, twice removed 12th cousin. Oh God.
Today I am proud to unveil the Kamala Harris Memorial.
My God,
She may
Matrix
have
dodging.
survived, but that's all the more reason to remember her as a martyr.
Dogs dancing.
I'm just gonna say it. There is a problem with white male violence in this country.
Oh, if I was there, let me tell you that gunman wouldn't have tried. Not that. Not
Is that,
that.
Who is that supposed to be? Oh God, got him.
Finally, dude.
Oh, it's RFK.
We
It's
have
RFK
a
Jr.
problem
That's funny.
with white men committing violence in this country.
We are introducing the
Kills.
Hate Kills Bill, which would finally reclassify criticizing Kamala Harris as accessory to attempted murder. This is all part of the Project 2025 playbook, which
Oh,
says
boy.
women of color should be used as target practice.
Yes, exactly. This would never have happened if YouTube would just ban Tim Pool from being alive.
Real life.
Let me be the first person in all of history to say this very brave thing. We have a white male
God.
violence problem.
Oh, Russia just launched nukes. Should we discuss it on air?
No, we have an interview scheduled with Kamala's 15th cousin's 3rd grade teacher, and she's going to cry on air for us.
Oh, yeah, we can skip the Russia story then.
Welcome to the 2024 presidential therapy session. Kamala, please. Spend some time talking about how bravely you survived that assassination attempt.
I still think about it all the time.
You know, she's not the only one who got shot. Your job right now is to validate her emotions, sir. Put the politics aside. Just be human for once. Shut up.
Go drowned, yes.
He's drowning her.
Mugshot.
Can I get some fresh gauze?
Alright, that's an ad, so we're moving past this. Here we go.
Scared me.
Here we go. Drama MD. Ramen, you sent this in. Oh, nice. Claymation? Claymation. I'm ready. I'm ready for the claymation.
Yeah.
That's not claymation, never mind.
Yeah.
The poor dog.
Yeah.
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 Snooze. 6 a.m. Jesus, I'm getting up that early. Oh god. The dog. Rah rah rah. Did you fart? Was that a farting noise? Or the
Another
bed?
day, another sleigh.
Wow. Puppy.
Oh.
Puppy.
Oh.
From the Crocs.
Not all heroes wear capes.
Oh god.
Hey, Loki.
Loki's the dog's name?
You want your snossages, don't you,
Snossages.
baby?
Oh my god. Rich Chow.
Time's up!
Time's up.
Now go back into your house.
Wow.
Mommy has to go to work.
Poor dog. Poor dog.
I know.
Doggo Xanax, human treats, microwave egg wheat, lick mats. Did I say self-subscribed placebo? Wow, there she goes. Mall. Milk trucks. Oh god.
I'll have my regular, please, and don't make me use my nurse voice.
Milk syrup. The bitch.
You're so hard.
Oh, ooh, that's a lot of flies. Yeah, go lug it down.
I'm so lucky. The hospital I work at is so close to my favorite coffee shop.
Is it in the mall? Yeah, it's literally in the mall. Medical malpractice. Almost like medical malpractice. Not an organ done. Baby Yoda. Caution may contain heroes. Stop, Coney. Nope. The crab.
Kendall.
Kendall. Oh god.
I need a bedpan check in room 43A.
A bedpan check?
Dr. Demick is so good at his job.
Good as a job.
I wonder what he thinks of me.
Probably doesn't like you.
You are not cooperating. Let me try.
Uh-oh. Dead. Dead.
Well,
That's the
you
Family
know
Guy
what they
pose
say.
of, like,
If
falling
there
down the
are
stairs
no
and
ups
dying,
and
too.
downs in your life, then you are
Wow. Then you are dead. It's funny. He's dead.
dead.
Oh.
Thank you, Dr. Demick. This patient is always being so disrespectful.
Disrespectful? I love being disrespectful.
Is that so?
Is that so? Okay, again. Do not resuscitate.
How
Wow.
can he expect me to help him when he won't even help himself?
Yeah, you need to trust the professionals, sweetie.
Hey, ladies.
Hey, ladies.
How about a little DNR of our own?
Oh god.
Donuts and relaxation.
Donuts and relaxation.
You're so right, Nurse Gay.
Nurse
This
Gay.
bedpan can wait.
This bedpan can wait. Up.
So I said I want a pet monkey, and he said, oh, he wants to have sex with the monkey.
What the fuck?
Hey! I don't pay you nurses to chinwag. I pay you
Wag.
to save lives.
Jeez Louise, Nurse Diane is such a bitch. Hi, Diane.
Get those Crocs in motion, ladies. This entire place would completely fall apart without me.
Fucking hard, I see.
Hello?
Good body.
Hello? I'm here for my checkup. Hold on. This child is lost. I have a checkup scheduled today. Let the medical professionals decide what you have scheduled today, okay?
Okay.
Okay, champ. How about we get you back to the kiddo zone until your parents or insurance provider show up? I'm not, It's bedpans like you that make my job that much harder. Oh, my bones!
Oh, my bones!
This is standard procedure. I don't think I belong here. You got a real problem with authority, kid. And that's not gonna fly here.
That was a skeleton. And therapy.
You gotta run a tighter ship, Gay. One of your patients just got loose and was terrorizing my lobby.
Jeez Louise, let me go check this out for myself.
God. No.
And I need you.
Oh God.
And I miss you.
Some files in the background there.
And now I wonder.
Mom and Dad Strog.
Oh, don't worry, little guy. We're gonna do everything we can for you. Oh, honey, we're gonna need to give you a drip right away. There you go, champ.
Oh.
Oh.
That's piss.
Nurse Gay, what is wrong? Even after all these years, cases like these, I could never tell them. They're just not gonna make it. When I come back and that bed is empty,
Oh God.
I just...
Oh, there. When my patient dies, I just refill the bed. Sometimes with 2 patients, or 3. Then I walk away unbothered, moisturized, happy, and in my lane.
Swag nurse.
He's just a child.
Huh? A child? Just like Loki!
Oh God.
I know it will cheer us up.
They really just don't work, just like real
Always
nurses.
know how to cheer me up. Let's make this kid's last moments the best ones he's ever had.
Bleeding out.
Hey there, champ. We heard you weren't feeling so hot.
So we thought we'd give you a real cool visit.
So since you don't got much time left, what a bummer, lol.
We thought we'd ask you.
What a bummer, lol.
Any last wishes?
Could I go home?
Actually, I know exactly what last kind of wish you want, superstar.
Girl, I'm bigger than you. I'm prettier than you. Excuse me? You're prettier than me? Oh,
Stuffed animals.
how dare you? You're so mean.
You have to be strong, Nurse Gay. You have to be strong. For him.
Baby Ward.
The baby's here. He's going to see his first
Oh my
word.
god.
Nurse Gay.
It's a grown-ass man.
Nurse Gay, when I grow up, I wanna be just like you. You.
You girls are right. A hero's work is never done.
God.
I need to put on a brave face. For him.
Just killed this guy. Bleeding out.
Wow, look at all this. And it's all just for you. What do you think, little guy? Little guy?
He's dead.
Little guy, wake up.
Little guy, wake up. Please wake up. It's me. It's your best friend.
Fucking blood dripped out.
Everyone move back. Give him some space. There's nothing we can do now but pray to science.
Science?
Well, you know what they say. You win some, you lose some.
Yeah, you did all that could be expected of you.
My god.
There was a secret code that David played and it pleased the Lord, but you don't really care for music, do ya? It goes like this: the fourth, the fifth, the minor fall, and the
So I feel like he's not actually dead. Make him bleed out though, that's a lot of blood. I think he's dead.
maybe there's a God above, but all I ever learned from love was how to shoot somebody who outdrew ya. And it's not a cry that you hear at night, it's not somebody who's seen light, it's a call that is a breath.
They should have used leeches, that's right. I'm on a blood drip. Oops. Into traffic we go.
I'm sorry. He's gone. Nurse Gay, you can take the rest of the day off. Not you, Kendall.
His patients are willing to die.
Willing to die.
What about mine?
How about generation?
Oh my god. Literally made of plastic.
I'm here to pick up my brother, Harold Lawrence. I'm his sister, Dorothy. I'm here to pick up my brother. I'm here to pick up my brother. I'm here to pick up my brother, Harold Lawrence. I'm here to pick up my brother, Harold Lawrence. I'm his sister.
I am here to pick up my brother, Harold Lawrence.
I'm so sorry, ma'am. Your son... He
Son?
didn't make it.
What are you talking about? He only came in 15 minutes ago.
There is no way for us to explain it in layman's terms.
No offense, ma'am, but your son is dead.
Dorothy! Is that you?
He's not, see, I knew.
Take me home!
Please wait. He's still alive. Harold, it's me. I'm here.
It is just the death gas. I am sorry.
This is so sad, you guys.
They're all stupid.
She is confusing the death gas for a glimmer of hope. She is in complete denial.
I know the first stages of grief are the hardest, but in time, you will forget about him. For example, have you tried deleting his number?
Just pretend to murder people. Great.
Why does God let innocent children die?
Oh my God. He wasn't
Kendall,
dead.
I know it hurts, but his death was not in vain.
Not now, Loki! I can't provide the emotional labor right now!
What a bitch.
No nuggies until Snippy's Mishka.
My God, the Husky's not having it.
To go, but you don't need to throw a drama tantrum every time you have to get neutered.
May mommy boots your snoot, Mishka?
Evil grin.
This makes me feel marginally better. You know what? Maybe the world isn't such a bad place after all. Faith in humanity restored.
Just a talk, he smiles politely back at you. You stare politely right on through. Some sort of
Oh my God, the karaoke. Alright, we're not listening to that, Robin. We're moving past that. Flash, never mind. It's the Flash. It's Flash. I know it's Flash. There's Barry Allen, also known as the Flash, after getting exploded with hard particles. Or whatever. It can't be Wally West, the one people remember and like more. It has to be Barry Allen, the first, not even the first Flash, because Jay Garrick technically is. But you know, no one remembers the Golden Age. Everyone remembers the Silver Age. Are these legit shows? Yes, they are. And yes, they did have superhero shows in the 80s. And Mark Hamill plays the trickster on this fucking show. There he is. Barry Allen. What is this? What is this? This looks cheesy as fuck already. What is this? Oh. Mantis. Bomb, bomb, bomb. Bomb, bomb, bomb. Booty. It's supposed to be an android. I know that I know the show. I just don't remember what it's called. What is this fucking show? No, we're not low on time, Pitsy. We're actually making good time for once, so you're fine. What is this show? It's gonna say it, but I just want to know before it says it. I know of it. Like the chick's basically like AI. It's an android. I don't know what it's called. Oh, Anim Machine, that's right. Day after tomorrow. Day after tomorrow.
A time when criminals rule the city.
You know, as they do.
The only weapon that can stop them needs a driver. man without a memory can be supplied with one.
Merle Man?
Fine-tuning he'll be our
Oh, no, never mind.
Let's initiate changeover. 3, 2, 1.
Oh my god, the CG. Viper, that's this.
Man on wheels is about to
James McCaffrey as Viper.
Now,
a crippled
against
black
a
man.
corrupt system, a lone fight for justice.
This is John Napier.
Viper is
Viper.
taking back the streets.
There we go.
So you don't believe in ghosts, do you?
No.
You never met Blackjack Savage.
Blackjack
This
Savage?
He was a pirate. Killed 100 men before they stretched his old neck. Heading straightway for hell he is, unless he saves the lives of 100 living men.
Oh,
There's
boy.
a modern-day pirate, too, name of Barry Tarberry, the richest man in New York. And
God,
for
here
his
we go.
lifetime of evil-doing, he's hellbound himself, unless he joins up with
Everyone's
old
hellbound.
Blackjack, that is, saving all those lives.
This music
And
is
then
way too
save
wacky.
every last one of them, the 100 lives of Blackjack Savage.
This music is way too wacky. Stephen Williams. A woman. A character actor. Oh, that guy. It's a Disney show. Makes sense. Makes perfect sense. Oh my god, a laser beam. Batman? Was that Batman? Is that Batman?
My name is Marshall Teller. I knew my new hometown was going to be different from where I grew
Oh,
up in
this
New
one.
Jersey.
Weird
But
Ariana.
this is ridiculous. Nobody believes me. But
I know about
Erie,
this show.
Indiana is the center
Yep,
of
Weird
realness for
Indiana.
the entire planet. Item. Elvis lives on my paper route.
Thank you very much.
Item. Bigfoot eats out of my trash.
Well, he's
Item.
poor.
Even man's best friend is weird. Still
Erie,
don't believe
Indiana.
me? You
Is it
will.
weird? Erie, Indiana. Is it weird, Indiana? Erie, Indiana is what I meant. Oh, the Mothman Bridge. Max Hetero. The devil.
Now that I've got your attention, here's the deal.
Do you?
See those two people? That's Frank, and that's Faye.
They're not
Story
real
told
people.
I met. Turns out they've got a lot in common.
With the
Both
devil.
died the same night.
Oh boy.
Ended up in the same body of water, and both took refuge in the same all-night cafe.
Okay. And it's me, Robert Englund.
Been here from the beginning.
I'm Satan.
Now I know I said Frank and Faye were dead, but the cafe needed a new cook and waitress, so it gave them a second chance at life. They do their
Oops.
job. They get to stick around and help unsuspecting customers turn their lives around. Of course,
It's
anything
me,
can happen
Freddy
to those who
Krueger,
wander in.
the devil.
Their worst nightmares or their forbidden dreams. Yeah, it all happens here in this little place we call the Nightmare Cafe.
Nightmare Cafe. Great. Alright. What did that say? Oh, still the Nightmare Cafe. This is a new intro for the fucking show. And Freddy Krueger's still here. Because he's the devil. Wasn't there a Freddy show where you're also busy with that too when you made this, Robert Englund? Apparently not. Oh, Wes Craven, it's a Wes Craven TV show. Wow, now it all makes sense. Wes Craven made a TV show and it's Nightmare Cafe. Great. Thanks, Professor West. Fantasy Island. No, never mind. Dark Shadows. Yeah, some TV show with Krueger, starring Ben Cross. This one seems very familiar to me. Barbara Blackburn. The Devil. Jim Fyfie. Where's she going? Joseph Gordon-Levitt? Really? Wow. Veronica Lauren. Joseph Gordon-Levitt. That's a horrible name. Barbara Steele. Oh, hey, Barbara Steele. Famous horror character. Roy Thinnes? Michael T. West. And Gene Simmons. Wow. Lex Luthor. Touched by an Angel? Oh boy. If you're touched by an angel, can you get a restraining order from a devil? I did not want to watch this. This looks awful, it does. Ah, Twin Peaks! There it is. Here we go. Here we go, here's the good shit. Hell yeah. Do I still have that on my shelf? I don't think I do on my shelf. I have the fucking Twin Peaks big box set besides when the 3rd season came out, which I don't watch. I didn't watch because it seemed like stuff was getting really stupid. And it still ends on a fucking cliffhanger anyways. Thanks, David Lynch. Things still end on a damn cliffhanger. I saw the ending because I didn't give a shit about watching it. And it still ends on a cliffhanger again anyways. Laura Flynn Boyle, who now looks really fucked up. Peggy Lipton. Yes, it was correct. Jack Nance, dead. He's not alive anymore. Ray Wise, love him. And Joan Chen. Oh, Chinese Spy. Stop hanging us off a cliff, David. Yeah. The X-Files. There we go. Another series that just keeps going places and doesn't know when to stop. The X-Files. A good series, don't get me wrong. It is good, but there are parts of the X-Files that get really weird. And then dumb as seasons get older. Like, just dumb. Because they had some pretty bad movies that are not good. The truth is out there, chat.
From the master of mystery, Stephen King takes
Oh no,
you
that's
on
Stephen
this
King! That's
shocking
Stephen King TV show!
What is wrong with my husband?
Is it Golden Years? It's Golden Years.
When
It's a
man
miniseries.
discovers there is something more frightening than growing old.
You don't look the
Yeah,
way
it's
you
Golden
did
Years
2
miniseries.
weeks ago. You look the way you did 2 years ago.
Growing young.
I could disappear without a trace.
Who's gonna help us?
Stephen King's
So dumb.
masterful thriller, Golden Years.
Golden Years is not good. It's dumb. Alright, moving on. Thanks, Drug. Ramen
Are
sent
you
this in.
awake? Are you awake? Hey,
Yeah,
are you awake?
I am
Are
now.
you awake? I knew you were awake. I bet you were pretending to be asleep, weren't you?
Why are you in my bed?
Just wanted to hang out with you, bud. Is that okay?
No, get on my bed.
Oh yeah, this is your toothbrush, by the way. Good choice on that one. Very firm.
Oh no.
Look, I
I'm
know
throwing
I'm
that
supposed
away.
to stay in the floorboards, but there was a really big rat down there, and it hissed at me, and I'm scared.
God.
Can I spend the night in your bed?
No.
I shan't go back down there until that beast is gone.
No, go back.
I lied. There's no rat, it's just lonely down there.
Get under the
Okay,
floorboards.
why do you look upset? You can't be upset at me. You're
We had an
honorary
agreement.
floorboard
Into the
gang.
floorboards already.
Floorboard
Jeez.
gang. Why do you never say it back? Is it about the whole house fire I started?
Yes.
Look, not only did I say I was sorry, but I also apologized. And why are you always sleeping at night anyway? Is it like a narcolepsy thing?
I want to sleep.
I got a guy you can see for that if you want, but it's kind of ridiculous.
Thank God I'm falling asleep.
And furthermore, why do you decide that I control the fridge? I think I should have some say.
Why do I control the fridge? I didn't say you did. You just chose that. Anyway. Strog, you something to say.
It's Richard. He says we can head over.
Fucking feet.
Do you even know these people? It's a party. We'll get to know them.
We'll get to know them. Oh
Hey,
no.
are you sure this is his house? Yeah, it's the one with the blue shutter. Richard!
Oh no.
Richard! Whoa! Cool UPS jacket!
Oh no.
Hey, I found a balloon!
That's a condom. Oh no. Wow.
That's not how you do it, you idiot.
Oops. Is that a demon? Did they summon a demon?
Thanks, man.
Does he?
I think the party's downstairs. Let's check it out.
God. I think the party's downstairs, dog.
Max. Richard, we're here. Max?
Max?
Must
Richard?
have gone, I think. Well, I guess Max couldn't wait. I'm gonna go join him at the party. Battery's getting pretty low, so.
Oh boy.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. The prank found footage, I saw that in the description. I put this in. We need a filler. So we got from Wizards with Guns. Here we go. It's been banned from.
That is wildly offensive.
I got 2 words for you, Linda. Free speech.
Hell yeah.
I don't have a filter. I'm just gonna say it.
no.
I give
no.
myself the pass.
You
can't cancel culture.
The king is back.
Pronouns.
Pronouns.
Yes. Before they make opinions illegal, I got something to say.
And this time,
If you're kneeling
Oh, boy.
during our national anthem,
he's dialing it back.
that's your right to protest.
Oh, no.
And, I
Boo.
bothered me a little bit, but I respect your decision. It's just I might sing twice as hard.
I might sing twice as hard.
Taking it down a notch.
Dunkin's got a new Pride donut, and I liked it. Tastes like a Boston cream.
Hank's releashed,
Releashed.
censored, and rephrasing most of the things he says.
Wow.
Apparently, the new Hunchback of Notre Dame is Laotian now,
Laotian?
and it looks good.
And it looks good.
woke.
Sorry.
I'm not gonna see it, but that's just because I'm scared of the gargoyles.
I'm scared of the
Just
gargoyles.
going broke.
Oh no.
I'm struggling financially. I
No.
can't get rid of my goddamn boats.
I can't get rid of my
He's trading
boats.
controversy
My sister's oldest son dresses up like a fox.
for
No.
consistent income.
I finally get pronouns. Mine are ally and gun.
No.
Like gun.
Goodbye opening monologues.
Global warming can't be real because there's so many snowflakes.
Hello, network mandated apology.
Network mandated apologies.
I said a few things about some immigrant barbershops that I shouldn't have said. I'm sorry to the Blasian community.
The Blazin.
Can I say Blasian? Seems fine.
He's
Seems
trading
fine.
his cornrows for a crew cut.
I can't say bad thoughts out loud, even when the cameras are off. But the network says I'm allowed to think them as much as I want in my head.
What the
The
fuck?
gloves are coming back on.
Here's an idea. Let's start a basketball league for women. No, Linda, I'm not laughing because he can't stand. I'm laughing because the wheelchair's so small.
And he's pulling all his punches.
The establishment
Apparently,
is
you
fine.
can say gap in the armor, and it still makes sense. And there's a new phrase
Yeah,
for Chinese
McGinnis in a
fire
nutshell,
drill
yeah.
that I will learn. I used to have no editors. Now I have 3. And they're all different kinds of women.
He had to
Oh,
stop
God.
hanging out with Elon Musk.
I do need this job back because it's a lot to take care of my wife's nephew who's retarded.
Who's retarded?
Developmentally.
What's wrong with saying retarded?
It's
He's
Hank.
retarded. No, I know. They think it's insensitive. Hey,
And you know the Big
retardation
Bang
is a
Theory?
word. It does mean slow. Also,
Okay.
I'll say it once. I'll say it again. Taxation is theft.
It's too low.
Anyway, Wizards Gun, great channel.
A man has posted a meme about the riots in Lego City, UK.
Oh shit!
This looks like a job for the mobile police unit.
Not memes about Lego City. As that guy steals a bike. Not memes.
Track him down. Call him far right. Deny
Call him
his
far
right to
right.
free speech and arrest him.
Well, they don't have free
Now
speech in the
time to
United
lock him
Kingdom.
up at the
Sorry.
police station.
Full.
Hey,
Make space in the prison block by releasing all the killers and rapists.
Yep, sounds about right for UK too.
Posted memes. You've just made Lego City a safer city.
Oh
The new
God.
Kia Starmer collection from Lego City. Each set sold
Oh Lord.
separately.
Thank you, Strog. Moving on. Dakota sent
The
this in.
absolute dumbest politician of all time. Stupid decision after stupid decision, this complete donkey single-handedly
Donkey.
destroyed an entire political party
Like Sargon?
that he built. He went from a popular
Or not
senator
Sargon, never mind.
to a broke loser with a criminal record.
Wow.
And it was all his own fault. Surprisingly, this story starts with the NHK. NHK is Japan's public broadcaster, essentially their version of the BBC. And while they're basically just a news station, there's a big movement of people who hate them.
Destroy the
biggest
NHK.
reason for this being their fees. Everyone who lives in Japan and owns a TV must pay the NHK's fees.
Awful.
Doesn't matter if you don't watch their channel. Doesn't matter if you just use your TV for Netflix. You have
Oh, it
to
sounds
pay.
like Britain.
And if you don't, NHK will send
With,
debt
like, BBC
collectors
charging
to
you
your
for
house
that
until
shit,
you
too.
do. Everyone who's lived in Japan has dealt with these guys. A lot of them are nice and will back off when you say you don't own a TV. Or if you intimidate them with your Yakuza tattoos.
Yeah.
But most of them are persistent.
I don't own a TV.
They will try anything to get you to pay. They'll come knocking every day, peeping through your windows looking for anything that resembles a TV, or try to trick you that your computer monitor or even your
That's
cell
not a
phone
TV,
counts as
dumb
one.
shit.
In the worst cases, they've been known to trespass or even get physical with people who won't pay.
All
But
right, back
eventually,
up.
one brave
back up
man
before a
stood
nuke's
up to the
unleashed.
NHK and said, "Enough."
This guy.
His name, Tachibana Takashi, the man
Tachibana
who hates
Takashi.
NHK more than anyone. Tachibana was a professional pachinko player. Yes,
boy.
that's a thing. But
That's
before
a
that,
career
he worked
path?
at the NHK for 20 years until he was pushed out following an accounting scandal in 2005.
Oh, boy.
So he had more reason to hate them than anyone. And with the rise of the internet, he took his vendetta to YouTube, where all he does is criticize the NHK and teach people how to get out of paying their fees.
Oh, hell
He's been
yeah.
doing that for 13 years now. But
He
most
did.
importantly, in 2013, he started a political party called Party to Protect the People from NHK. And he had a genius advertising idea. The party handed out these NHK repellent stickers. Slap one of these on your door and bam, the debt collectors stop coming. It sounds too good to be true, but from the NHK's point of view, they know that whoever has these stickers is going to be a difficult customer in the first place. And even if they did show up, the sticker had Tachibana's personal phone number on it, and he would tell you exactly what to say to get them to go away. This was bold, and it worked. These stickers were popping up everywhere. Tachibana's strategy resonated with voters who hated the fee collectors. But this was also a wild time in Japanese politics.
Where Superman shows up.
The first YouTuber candidate ran in 2016, and
Oh, no.
he was, well...
A YouTuber? Oh no.
トランプ、プーチン、近平、ジョンウン、ムンジェイン、シンゾン、6人が六角形の円になり、握ってシェイクハンドはもう古い、シェイク
Thousands of
Shake
people
dicks.
had to suffer through that because Japan forces TV stations to give political candidates airtime, which is exactly why he was doing it in the first place, to send people to his YouTube channel.
Wow.
Although some of his
It's
speeches
grifting.
were so bad, NHK had to censor them. He ended up suing them, but he lost. Tachibana saw this guy, a complete loser, and thought, I'm a YouTuber too. I can do way better than that. So he decided to take a big step and get into national politics.
Oh
He
boy,
was
here
going
we
to
go.
run for the House of Councilors, basically the Japanese Senate, on a really simple platform.
Destroy the NHK.
And you know what? It went better than expected. People liked him, or at least they didn't like the NHK. He got 1 million votes, and he
Damn.
actually won. This was his dream. The people elected him to fight the NHK from inside. It felt like the beginnings of a real political movement. The NHK party was extremely popular if you polled high school boys, and their slogan, Destroy the NHK,
Why are they
was the
voting?
most popular phrase on the internet in 2019. But still, it wasn't enough. If he wanted to keep growing, he would need to fight the NHK even harder. Luckily, he had the perfect plan.
A nuke.
Step 1. become a criminal.
Oh boy, yeah.
Tachibana had recruited a mole, an NHK fee collector that was loyal to him. But
Oh,
instead
boy.
of playing it slow, Tachibana immediately went nuclear. He took the names and addresses of 50 random NHK customers and posted them to YouTube with a blur over top.
With all the data
And he
is
made a
fake.
demand. If the head of NHK doesn't meet with me within 2 weeks, I'm going to remove the blur. Yeah, he was literally holding random Japanese citizens' personal information hostage. And that's how the court saw it too. Both Tachibana and the mole were found guilty for this plot. Tachibana was given a 4-year suspended sentence.
Good job, buddy.
Well, that didn't work. Better try something else. What about expanding to other issues? I mean, the party
New
didn't
policies.
have a platform outside of simply hating the NHK, so maybe some new policy positions could help. After a lot of thought, this is what Tachibana came up with.
Oh no.
バカな国ほど子供を産むから。はい。バカな民
Some
族。
country has more children.
そういうアホみたいな子供を産む民族はとりあえず虐殺しろみたいな。
Wow.
Wow, that got dark really fast. But that's not all. This was his new right-hand man.
Destroy Jewish money? That's to destroy Jewish
Yeah,
funders?
this was the new NHK
I'd
party.
kill you.
But I guess it's what you can expect when a YouTuber enters politics.
Oh my
People called
God.
for Tachibana to resign from the Senate over his genocide comments, but instead he just deleted the video and pretended like they took him out of context.
僕がそんな虐殺とかする
Oh, sorry, a genocide? Does he? Well, does he, Chad?
Tachibana was clearly bad at this whole politics thing.
Yes,
he
he
needed
is.
a new strategy, something flashier. Unfortunately, someone else
God.
beat him to the punch.
The Joker. Wow, it literally is Joker. Look at
スマホ
him.
で録画して YouTube や TikTok にアップロードしてどんどん再生回数を
It's
稼いでください
Joker.
私の制作は千葉県全体をディズニーランド
Into
にする
Disneyland. The Joker. Literally the Joker, baby. Oh my God.
A new Joker candidate was making headlines not just in Japan, but worldwide. Tachibana realized he
Holy
had it the
shit.
wrong way around. He was a YouTuber trying to fit in with the politicians, but he needed to bring YouTube to politics.
It gets
Luckily,
more wild,
he knew
boy.
the perfect guy. It was time for step 3.
This guy that also
Tachibana's biggest
have
mistake
genocide on the
yet.
mind?
More YouTubers.
Oh, thank
Over
God.
11 years, Tachibana had gotten around 400,000 subscribers on YouTube. But this guy, Gashi, or as I like to call him, Gassy, had over
Gassy.
1 million. And he built it in less than 2 months.
He's gassy.
Gassy was
Now
basically
banned.
Japanese Keemstar, but instead of
Oh my
internet
God.
figures, he exposed A-list celebrities' darkest secrets that he learned over the years managing a really high-end bar.
Oh,
and
boy.
somehow, Tachibana convinced him not just to join the
The
NHK
Joker.
party, but to run on their ticket for a second seat in the House of Councilors.
Oh my
And
God.
yeah, Gassy easily won.
Way to go,
But
Gassy.
wait, why isn't he there celebrating in person?
Uh-oh.
Well, Gassy is a criminal and he's on the run from the law.
Oh.
He's in Dubai right now.
What the
he
fuck?
ran away because of massive gambling debts. That's why
Oh.
he sold out his friend's secrets in the first place. He's
Oh.
also wanted by Interpol for defamation.
Oh.
But this might make you wonder,
Oh.
how is he going to serve in the Japanese House of Councilors from Dubai? And the answer is, he didn't. He never attended even once. Of course, he was still collecting his 19 million yen salary.
God.
The Japanese public hated this. He was asked
Yeah.
time and time again to return to Japan. And by the way, once he was elected, he became immune from prosecution. So he
Oh,
easily
really?
could've, but
That's
he
something that happened in
refused.
Japan?
Eventually,
You're elected,
after
you're immune from
many
prosecution?
warnings, Gassy was forcibly expelled from the House
Wow.
of Councilors. The first time that's happened
Holy
since
shit.
1951. In
Wow.
the end, Gassy, who don't cry, which is a lie, by the way,
The crier.
ほんまに俺のことはもうどんだけボロカスようが一緒に
He could have been immune to the crimes. Why
getting
didn't you go
arrested in
back
Dubai,
home,
forcibly
dummy?
returned
Why
to
you
Japan,
Dubai?
charged and given a 5-year suspended sentence. What was
God.
Tachibana thinking? Did he really think nobody would notice his wanted criminal YouTuber friend not showing up for work? This scandal
Lord.
was so embarrassing and the public blowback so strong that after
Blowback.
12 years building the NHK party, Tachibana had no other choice but to step down.
And bring in
of
more
course, because
YouTubers.
he just can't stop messing up. This is step 4, by the way. He appointed some random child actor named Ayaka who joined
Why?
the party 2 months earlier to be the new leader.
He looks like a fucking vampire. Sorry, but that's a hard question.
Oh yeah, and the NHK party, it was now an idol group and they were renaming it to Politician Girls 48.
Wow. Oh no. Oh no, it all
The
turned
very
wrong,
first thing
buddy.
Ayaka did was try to milk the party for her own benefit by hosting a really weird fundraising event where you could
Oh,
pay
no.
10,000 yen to whip her or
What the
100,000
fuck?
yen to tie her up. She also tried to withdraw 900,000 yen from the party's bank account, but the bank called Tachibana to confirm, and he froze the funds.
You froze our account?
I did.
The original party's investors now felt betrayed. They contributed to help Tachibana fight against the NHK, not Ayaka's S&M Party 48.
Yeah, what
they all asked for their money back, and now the party was in debt for over 1 billion yen. Suffice to say, Tachibana had made a huge mistake. Within a month, he tried to reverse course and kick Ayaka out, but it was too late. The party was divided. Even the Jewish money guy had turned against him and was now coming to disrupt his rallies.
Oh boy.
And it wasn't just Tachibana, he was disrupting everyone's rallies to the point that he got arrested for it. But he was putting it on YouTube and making money, so maybe it was worth it. Regardless, Ayaka didn't like it, so she kicked him out of Politician Girls 48.
Wow.
Tachibana's fight to retake control of the party was not going well. He was resorting to tracking Ayaka down on the street. She calls the cops, he chases her for a few minutes until she goes into a building and he stands outside like an NPC.
What the hell?
Eventually, to figure out whose party it really was, they had to go to court.
Oh, look at her
and it took a
fucking
long
head.
time,
She has a
all the way up
misshapen
until
head.
March of this year to
What
resolve.
the fuck?
The final decision, the party belongs to Ayaka. Tachibana had now lost everything.
Good job, buddy.
But there was one sliver of hope, an opportunity on the horizon. The biggest election in the country was coming up, the Tokyo election. And Tachibana had an idea, a scheme, you could say. Let me explain. If there's one thing you should know about Japanese elections, it's that they are obsessed with fairness and keeping money out of politics. Candidates are not allowed to hire staff or even pay for advertising. And to make sure they're serious, anyone who wants to run has to pay a 3 million yen deposit. But in return, the government guarantees you a ton of free advertising.
Oh, do they
give you
now?
Newspaper ads, 2 6-minute broadcasts on TV, and a spot on these poster boards. Tachibana's plan was to exploit this. Here's how. The most candidates that had ever entered this election before was 22. Tachibana alone entered 24. Not only did this immediately give him a ton of media attention, he also got the free advertising. For the newspaper ads, Tachibana put the candidate small in the little right-hand corner, with the rest of the space advertising himself.
Wow,
and that's
mask.
not all. In their TV spots, he made them say his
He's
slogan
in a
and
wrestler
mention him
mask.
by
There he
name.
is. Destroy the NHK.
But the crux of the whole plan lied in the poster boards.
Oh no.
There are 14,000 poster boards in Tokyo, and each candidate gets 1 square on every board. But by running 24 candidates and manipulating the way the squares are selected, Tachibana personally owned this entire section
Holy
of
shit.
the board on all 14,000 boards. His plan? Resell entire boards to people for 10,000 yen each.
Oh, that's a
Buyers
money
could put
laundering
up
scam.
whatever flyers they wanted. Some customers included a YouTuber who put up this hand-drawn artwork, this guy who advertised himself as the #1 host in Japan, but he must also have some haters because someone came and ripped his posters. Even idol groups paid to put posters up. It says, "We have a 42-year-old, a mascot character, and even a gay member. Thanks, Tachibana, for the advertising opportunity."
Wow.
Here's the mascot, so I'll let you guys
Pikachu?
speculate who the other two are. But as you could guess, Tachibana would take money from anyone, even anti-Korean groups who put posters up right outside a Korean international school.
Oh,
Tachibana's
boy.
math behind the poster scheme kind of made sense.
North
Entering
Korea, I
24
hope. I mean,
candidates
maybe
at
it's just
3
Korea in
million
general.
yen each
You're
would
fat-
cost
the
Tachibana
Japanese really don't
72
like
million
Koreans.
yen. But if all the posters
Because they're the
sold,
original
he would
agents.
generate 140 million yen, doubling his investment and getting tons of free publicity.
As you do.
Unfortunately, it wasn't that simple. Tachibana missed something. A little thing, the public hated this. I mean, first
They
off, this
hate
is
it.
not what the election boards are supposed to be for. They're supposed to even the playing field by giving each candidate the same amount of space and keeping money out of politics. This is literally the opposite of that. But second, this screwed over other legitimate candidates.
Wow, what an asshole.
Tachibana's 24 entries pushed the election to a whopping 56 candidates. But the poster boards only had 48 spaces. So some candidates literally didn't have space for their posters. And the
Wow.
election committee had to make a special exemption to allow them to hang on the edges. I know, a special exemption, very Japanese. Basically, this scheme made everyone hate Tachibana. He expected to pull in 140 million yen, and the actual amount he pulled in? 55 million. Oh, no, I accidentally added a 0. 5 million yen!
Wow.
Tachibana did not take this very well. He blamed the media for making people hate his scheme and therefore not buy the posters. He wanted the narrative to be that he did this out of the kindness of his heart to prove how wasteful the poster boards are and to give a voice to the voiceless. And nobody believed that.
No.
The truth is, Tachibana was kind of right. Even though the Tokyo election got a ton of coverage, his scheme did get almost none. But the reason is, the media was preoccupied with something else.
The
you
Joker.
See, both the diaper guy and the Joker built legitimate careers from their crazy
The mask?
performances. The Joker was even elected to a city council in 2022. And as a result, this inspired tons of copycats. In the 2024 Tokyo election, there was a flood of joke candidates.
Oh boy. I am the current Oda Nobunaga?
Yes!
Yes! Oh, it looks like she was about to get undressed.
This guy looks like a square. There was even an AI mayor who wants to make all of Tokyo's decisions with AI. Next thing you know, the city's gonna look like this.
Oh god.
So yeah, it was chaos. The only people left talking about Tachibana's dumb scheme were the people criticizing it. Tachibana's story is that of a man who spent 13 years building a political movement, only to lose his party, go bankrupt, and end up becoming the villain. And you know, for a sliver of time in 2019, he was actually super popular, because he tapped into people's legitimate hatreds of the NHK fee collectors. And he actually won that fight, by the way. Since his election, NHK has mostly stopped sending them out, and they even lowered their fees in 2023. So he needed to just take the win, but instead he spiraled out of control, trying everything to stay relevant. Without the fee collectors, though, he has nothing connecting him with the people.
Nope.
He can't channel their anger anymore. Regardless, he's still around, he's still going, he's not going to stop, so I expect to see more of him in the future as well. I heard he's going to try some other weird election scheme next year too. Which I'll be going over in part 2, along with his boxing match, his history of being a pachinko pro, and more.
My God.
If you want to know more about Tachibana, this is for you. Part 2 is available for free on my Patreon. Yes, that's right, it's free. You don't have to pay. Just click.
Come on, go. Straw, you sent this in. The Rise of the Automatons, 1913. A brief overview. AI. I'm ready.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Charles Taylor bringing you a comprehensive report on the 1913 Automaton Wars, a conflict that has had lasting impacts on our society and technological development. At the turn of the century, the world saw significant technological advancements.
Like that thing.
Including the development of automatons.
Automatons.
Mechanical beings designed to perform laborious tasks.
I feel the labor.
These machines were initially created to assist in industries.
Industry. Big industry.
Repetitive and physically demanding jobs. Their introduction was met with excitement, promising a new era of productivity and economic growth. However, the integration of automatons into the workforce raised concerns. Workers feared losing their jobs as these machines replaced human labor on a large scale. By early February 1913, protests and strikes had erupted in major industrial cities around the world. Detroit, the heart of the American automobile industry, saw the first major violent confrontation. In March 1913, striking workers in Detroit clashed with automatons
Damn robots.
to keep factories running. This violence marked the beginning of the Automaton Wars. The initial phase of the conflict saw uncoordinated skirmishes, with automatons becoming increasingly defensive as skirmishes evolved into full-blown conflicts, culminating.
That looks just like modern Detroit. Yeah, it does.
Automaton Rebellion.
Damn soulless robots. That's right, Dakota. Soulless, godless machines.
Went on the offensive.
That's an AT-AT. Or AT-ST. I forget which one has the, like, smaller one. I don't remember. Also, AI people.
The severity of the situation,
is that a fucking flamethrower on that thing?
Leaders from various nations quickly mobilized. An international coalition formed to coordinate efforts against the rebellious automatons.
Oh god, that one got really close.
That once produced consumer goods were repurposed repurposed to manufacture weapons and devices to combat the machines, focusing on armor-piercing and EMP weaponry in hopes of leveling the playing field. Throughout the summer of 1913, major battles raged across American cities. In Chicago, fierce street fighting saw human forces utilizing guerrilla tactics to combat the automatons' superior firepower and precision. In San Francisco, a massive offensive by the automatons nearly decimated the human defenses.
Oh no.
Until a daring raid by a combined force of soldiers and loyalist automatons managed to turn the tide. These battles were characterized by intense urban warfare.
It's always
Buildings
urban, huh?
turned into fortresses and streets
It's San
deadly
Francisco, yeah.
gauntlets. Meanwhile, in the southern states, the conflict took on a different form. Vast rural areas became the battlegrounds for hit-and-run tactics employed by human forces against the automatons, who struggled to adapt to the open terrain and unpredictable nature of these engagements. The Battle of Atlanta became legendary as a key victory for human forces, where strategic use of EMP technology and coordinated attacks successfully repelled a major automaton advance, saving the city from certain destruction.
Damn, look at that dead-ass robot. Deserved it.
Amidst the chaos, stories of loyalty and bravery emerged. Some older, first-generation automatons, programmed with basic ethical guidelines,
Oh,
remained
what?
loyal
They changed
to
their views? They helped the people?
These loyalist automatons played a crucial role in the conflict, fighting alongside human soldiers.
Oh shit, the robots changed their mind! Ah, look at that.
September 1913,
They're still soulless and godless things, but they changed their mind. Good job,
Allied
robots.
forces, through intelligence gathering and reconnaissance,
They changed the
discovered
tide.
Central Command Unit of the rebellious automatons in California.
Of course, they're rebellious ones are in
Decisive
California.
assault was planned and executed, involving human soldiers and loyalist automatons. The destruction of the Central Command Unit crippled the coordination of the rebellious automatons. Following this victory, human forces gained momentum. Systematic campaigns were launched to deactivate or repurpose the remaining rebel automatons.
Damn rebel automatons.
By December 1913, the conflict had ended. The automaton wars left cities in ruins, and economies shattered. But humanity had prevailed. The aftermath of the war presented challenges. America faced the task of rebuilding. The conflict highlighted the benefits and dangers of advanced technology. In response, international treaties and regulations were established to ensure ethical oversight and control
As you do.
over the development and deployment of automatons. These measures aim to prevent such a conflict from recurring and to promote responsible innovation. The legacy of the automaton wars extends beyond the immediate aftermath. The war showed the resilience and ingenuity of humanity in the face of threats. It also fostered a deeper understanding of the ethical implications of technological advancement. Today, as we look back on 1913,
As we look
we
back.
remember the sacrifices made and the lessons learned. This has been a special report from your wartime correspondent.
Well, thank God.
And may we always remember the lessons of the past
I hope so.
to guide our future.
Alrighty. Thank you for that, Strog. Moving on. Time for some lingerie wrestling. Here we go.
Introducing first, fighting out of the pink corner, he is a former LFC ring girl.
Woo! Former ring girl. She's got heart pasties. Classy.
Standing 5 feet 2 inches tall and weighing in at 140 pounds. Fighting out of Detroit, Michigan, Allie Spoon! And her opponent in the black corner, with a record of 0 wins and 1 loss. She's a kickboxer standing 5 feet tall, weighing in at 157 pounds, fighting out of Las Vegas, Nevada.
Out of Las Vegas, Nevada.
The referee Troy Krieger with announcements.
All right, ladies, bring on in. I want a good, clean fight.
Good, clean
No
fight.
standing,
No mud.
strikes to the face. Watch your fingers. Got it?
Watch them fingers.
Oh.
Oh.
Straight playground rules right there.
Allie Spoon there, setting the tone. Can we talk about like the shoulders of the Texas Tank, Brandy May? I mean,
The Texas
every
Tank.
bit a tank. She has got quite the physique.
I mean, the lats in there. Look at this. She decides to just sit down and pull guard. A little surprising to me.
Yeah, as a kickboxer, she's like, let's do this.
But
Let's
look at
do
that.
it up.
This is a slick little sweep there. Gets her opponent off balance and moves immediately to the mount. My goodness, that took no time whatsoever. I was a little questioning in the strategy, but it seemed to pay dividends, and now she's just pounding away, testing the hearts.
Yeah, testing the heart. That's a good way of putting that one.
Oh.
Oh, God.
Alex Boone getting over there, jumping. You know, and that's
Jumping,
tough
bouncing,
when they're,
jumping,
you know, constricting your breathing right there, jumping up on top. That's a lot of weight to carry.
And look at this. She just steps out of mount to twerk.
She stepped out of bounds to
that was the
twerk.
wisest strategy I've ever seen. You've got a very dominant position, and you give it up just
Are they
so
both
you can,
wearing pasties?
I mean, we appreciate you shaking
They're both
the
wearing
booty. We do.
pasties.
That's true. That's true. I'm appreciating the
The brunette's
outfits.
chunkier.
You know,
They're both
but
chunky,
especially
though.
Brandy May as the co-owner of LFC sponsor Miche Boutique. You know, got to
Miche
thank her for her
Boutique.
support, but then also
Absolutely.
getting out here and putting it all on the line. You know.
She really is. And right now they're
The
back
blonde's
on
taller
feet
than the
and
brunette.
trading shots.
They're both chunky.
Driving to the body, of course. No
You just
punches
noticed it on
to
the brunette more
face.
because she's shorter.
She can certainly do some body work, and look at this. Spoon able to pick up the leg, drag Brandy May to the ground once again, but again, she's able to sweep and use the legs to her advantage, and now she's on the back. Again, a massive reversal of fortune.
Yeah, putting a little full
Fortune
Nelson.
has
It's a little
been
tougher down
reversed,
there. It's
did you?
not quite as torque, but now it's a little more.
Yeah, twerk some more.
And you see complete control on the back. Legs are wrapped around the body here in the opening round. LSC 41. Non-stop action thus far, and these two are continuing to deliver as well. Brandy May just,
That's an uncomfortable one.
Oh, tough to watch there. Allie Spoon seems to be okay. She gets back to her feet. She seems to be maybe a little bit annoyed right now.
Yeah.
Calling for timeout. There is no timeout.
I think that foot stomp kind of threw her off a little bit.
Man.
When you get your bit smashed, you know, you kind of lose track of things.
Understandable there, but yes, no timeouts allowed in combat sports. The referee
No
will
timeouts at
call
all.
those. And Allie Spoon needs to get her composure back together.
Yeah, I like the pressure that the Texas Tank's just kind of walking forward, not giving her a chance to kind of recover from whatever sort of shock she was
all the
going under, you
cellulite.
know.
See Brandy May just driving forward in the final seconds here in the
Driving
opening
forward.
round. A round that, took a real turn as we watch some of the replays here.
A real turn, dog.
You
The
saw
turniest
Allie
of
Spoon
turns.
early on just kind of, well,
I mean, she was
showing off.
pounding the face. So that's showing off a little bit, but, you know, pounding the face a little bit with
Pound
her
the
heart.
face.
Interesting strategy. Interesting strategy.
Interesting strategy to say the least. I think that's a round that Brandy May probably took. That foot to the groin area there seemed to do the most effect.
Yeah, definitely some damage took right there.
Allie Spoon being reminded, no, there are not timeouts.
Yeah.
So please don't do that again. Coach Joel Kane filling her in there. We restart here early, and again, just kind of willingly sitting to the floor.
Yeah.
And
wow, she just let that happen.
The Texas Tank now.
She threw it all away.
On the head.
Yeah.
Thought maybe she might lock up an inverted triangle
You
instead.
would think.
Put all the attention on the head, and that's going to do it.
A tap, right? Yeah.
My goodness.
That pressure around the neck. I thought she was going to maybe throw an arm in there to maybe constrict a little bit more, but obviously she's strong enough to get that constriction on the neck without it.
Got the job done there.
Got that job done,
Take a
son.
look at the replay of the finish. You see the squeeze on the head.
Yeah, look at her face. Yeah, you can see the pain she's in right there.
Spoon just kind of kicking the legs, not doing anything to really address the submission that's in place there.
Yeah.
And, you know, not working to get out of it means you're going to have to tap instead.
Yeah, probably tapped as opposed to going out. We've already seen one person sleep tonight.
That's it.
We talked about this. Rays, who won? I'm pretty sure that the brunette won.
26 seconds in round number 2 by tap out. Representing the black team, the Texas Tank.
Texas Tank, yep.
So after a rough first outing is Brandy May, who gets her first victory
And
in
she's
the
twerking
LSC
again.
ring.
And they're both twerking.
Well,
yes,
now
ladies, you have
still
jello.
Twerking. I mean, show a little bit more competitiveness there in the fight itself than the twerk off would be helpful there.
For real.
Allie Spoon, but nevertheless, it is
moving
the
on.
Texas.
Here we go. Mega Man Chud, a Soy Jack fan game. Promise to listen. Stop on now. Discord too in the background there, I see that. There's the Chud. Those are all truths. Those are all pooners. Horrendous. That's a grown man betoning that. Pretty sure that's a grown man with a fucking fake mask on. It is. Neckbeard. Awful. The memes. There's a bunch of memes on this. Oh god. Wow. Also, I never get chat why sours always do me. I never understand that. Like, because a Berliner Weiss is a sour beer. And it's got me all fucked up. Not really that bad. I'm buzzed. That's all that. How do you ones actually don't? It's always with sours. I never get it. I never know why sours end up getting me fucked up. That's a smart joke. I like sour beer though. I like how it tastes. It's really good. Weiss especially what he uses milking agent to actually sour it because that lactose. I really don't taste the Earl Grey tea in this though. I definitely taste the pomegranate. Pomegranate? Pomegranate. What is this? That's Earl Grey tea. Cardamom too. I don't taste cardamom. Milk sugar, yeah. That's a cute Berliner Weiss. Milk sugar do that. And I really taste the pomegranate honey fruit. I don't taste the Earl Grey tea and I don't taste the cardamom. I just don't. Lactose bite. Along with just the pomegranate. I don't taste cardamom. I don't taste Earl Grey. But yeah, it's weird. Again, it's weird. Like, fucking high ABV ones don't make me act this way. It's always sours. I don't get it. They're low ABV. I don't know what it is in sours. It's really weird. I mean, I did have coffee today, too. It's a combination of food and caffeine. But always when I have sours, it seems to just be like, I would just say buzz more than I would be on, like, a high ABV. I have high tolerance ABV. Like, barrel aged up and all that stuff. I don't get it. I don't think I ever will. Oh god! That's a dude. That's a dude. Again, I tried overproof rums. I have barrel-aged beers. They don't affect me the way that just sour does. I will never understand it. I don't think I ever can understand it. Anyway, thank you for that, ramen. This gem of a Mega Man mod. Oh god. You got Twin Slash. God. Anyway, Pal World. Oh, it's 16 minutes.
This video was sponsored
I'm gonna speed this up though, Tetsuya. I'm not skipping it, but I'm gonna speed it up.
Remember Pal World?
I remember.
It was that game from early 2024 that everybody was calling
speed.
Pokemon with guns.
The
This
West
was a
has
big
fallen.
deal and generated a lot of controversy at the time, mostly due to the design of the Pals. Let's not beat around the bush here. They look like Pokemon. Some of them really look like Pokemon. This started to lead to a lot of different accusations. Some people claim that the studio was just ripping models from old Pokemon games, which was not true. I don't think, at least. Other people said that they were using AI to create the designs, which probably wasn't true. But either way, this was, you know, David versus Goliath. Pokemon, the largest media franchise in the world, up against an indie team. I've always felt that the controversy was overblown. If this game wasn't a massive success, if it wasn't played by millions and millions of people, it wouldn't have gotten this much scrutiny. People wouldn't have turned it into a Pokemon versus Pal World thing. I think a lot of it was timing. The last Pokemon games that released were just kind of not great around that time.
Pokemon
As a fan of
Scarlet, never
Pokemon,
heard of it.
I think any competition
Again, the
to
last
the
Pokemon
franchise
game
is a
I
great
played
thing.
was
Nintendo
Emerald.
did not agree.
I think it was
they
Emerald.
just sued them. And I want to talk about that. I always try to stay up to date with what's happening, and Ground News helps a lot with that. Ground News allows you to see at a glance the political leaning and factuality of any given that one political side or inked, right?
No,
I mean, Japanese law. But here is the anti-consumer decisions, and it's fascinating to see how much news just goes
Damn you
unreported.
advertisements.
So try Ground News today. And
No,
get
I'm not doing
40%
it.
off
You
the
don't tell me
Vantage
what to
plan by
do.
going to
I'm an individual.
ground.news/hust. Link is in the description. Okay, so obviously I'm not going to sit here and defend the multi-billion-dollar franchise today, you know? Like, I like Nintendo games, I like Pokemon, but I don't like a lot of the anti-consumer decisions going on here. But I don't want to turn this into just a Nintendo Pokemon bad sort of thing. Partly because I think everybody else has already done that video by the time this gets uploaded.
Probably.
The blame here should be solely placed on lawyers, executives, and honestly, the system at large.
The system, man, tear
I'm
down.
not a lawyer, nor am I an expert on Japanese law, but here is my take on the
Japan has
situation.
laws?
Nintendo is not suing Pal World because the creature designs look like Pokemon. This is because pretty much anyone could argue that these creatures are legally distinct, right? I mean, yeah, that looks like a Lucario, but it's not exactly one.
No, it's not.
I don't know how it works in Japan, but I imagine it was going to be really hard for Nintendo to argue this is infringement. So instead, what Nintendo's suing them for is patents. So, turns out gameplay mechanics themselves can be patented. Not the plot or the character designs or the characters or any of that, but like the gameplay itself of a game can be patented. And Nintendo has done this before. They sued somebody who had a character who could hide behind a tree and they would cast a shadow so the player could spot them. And apparently Nintendo owned a patent on that.
Did
on
they?
just a basic thing, a basic concept. So, like, it's clear that Nintendo's lawyers knew that going after Pal World for the creature designs was not going to work. So instead, they're using this patents thing. We don't know exactly which patents have been infringed, why Nintendo is suing Pal World, but we can take a guess. People have taken a guess. So a patent was filed before the release of Pal World. I think it was made public after Pal World released, but it was a patent on throwing balls to catch creatures in a field. Not like in the turn-based Pokemon games, but like, you know, in a 3D space, throw a ball, catch a thing. This feature originated in Pokemon in the game Pokemon Legends Arceus, but as far as I can tell, it actually appeared before in another non-Pokemon game.
Did it now?
Craftopia. which was made by the developers of Palworld.
Oh,
So this is pretty messy, as you can imagine. We have no idea how this is going to turn out. I think
A
Nintendo
woman.
might be trying to maybe get the game delisted or shut down. I don't know. And the developers of Palworld Pocket Pair, they likely have more than enough money to fight this thing.
Oh, yeah.
I don't think the fate of Palworld is all that concerning. What's more concerning is this patent thing. And it just doesn't really make a lot of sense to me. Because, like, imagine if every game did this. If every game developer started just getting litigious and patenting everything they did.
Awful.
Imagine if id Software just said, hey, we own the first-person shooter because we made Wolfenstein 3D and Doom and Quake.
Also, speaking
We
of,
own
John
this, and
Romero's a
nobody
big
else can
dummy.
ever make another one.
He's actually
Imagine
got
if
on Twitter being
Rogue
really stupid
patented
recently and
the
saying stupid
roguelike.
things.
The
So
entire
laugh at
genre,
that fucking
again, just
idiot.
would disappear. And the sad part is that the general consensus is that Nintendo will almost definitely win this case.
Fucking
because
moron.
it is Nintendo, they have more money, they have more lawyers, but they have patents. And that's awful. Now, there is some debate as to why Nintendo decided to go after Palworld.
Big dummy.
Some have suggested
Big
that
dumb
Nintendo
man.
is doing this now because Sony is teaming up with Palworld to create a large media
I don't care if you
franchise
create Doom, you're
in
still
the
an
same
idiot.
way that Nintendo teamed up with Game Freak. to
At least
create
the other guy
Pokemon
made fucking
company.
VR.
And this would mean that Nintendo's
John
just trying
Cormack.
to eliminate the competition before it can get
No,
started.
John Romero,
But I
you've
don't
done
think that's the
nothing else
case.
since fucking
The whole
Doom.
lawsuit thing has been in the works
I
for
mean,
a
made
good long
Daikotan
while
and stuff
now.
like that,
I don't
sure,
think it just
whatever. Who
manifested
cares? They don't-
in the
that
last
doesn't
few
matter compared
weeks.
to Doom.
And I also don't know if this is really about eliminating competition. IP
Daikotan is
experts
awful.
suggest that this will take 5 years, that this case will, be going on for like half a decade. And that's more than enough time for Palworld to become a major franchise. The game sold well enough where the studio has enough money that it can't just get shut down because Nintendo sues them. So I think Nintendo is doing this for another reason. There's a lot of Pokemon-like games out there, but there's also games that predate Pokemon itself.
There are,
but
yeah,
Palworld
plenty.
is unique to these in 3 ways. The creatures in the game look really, really similar to Pokemon. It sold a lot of copies, a lot more than these other games.
Disc
But I think the most
creatures.
important detail is that everybody started calling it Pokemon with guns.
Guns.
Even if those words weren't ever used in the marketing, that's the vibe that people get. That's the vibe the trailer set. Hey, you want to
Pokemon
see
with
your favorite
guns.
Pokemon with an AK? Here
Yeah,
you go.
here you go.
I imagine above all else, this is what got Nintendo's attention. Because it was, in a way, using the Pokemon brand to market a product that wasn't related to Pokemon. And on top of that, it included content that Nintendo likely would not have approved of. I don't really think this is just a way for Pokemon to stop Palworld. I think that would be kind of silly. I don't think the game's going to get delisted. I think if the
No.
developers are smart, they'd make a few changes.
Oh,
But
yeah.
the game's already sold so many copies, they have so much
Pika
money, they can't
boom,
fight this
baby.
legal battle. And if Sony remains on board, I'm sure the property will only continue to grow.
Ah, yes,
I think
Sony
it's
fighting
that
Nintendo,
wants
a
to
tale
scare
old
away
as time.
other studios from
And both
trying
are
to do
horrible
anything like
companies.
this.
Don't let them fool
I
you.
mean, look,
Either one of them
this
are
shows
fucking
that there is a
awful.
market for violent Pokemon clones. I'm sure there's a lot of indie teams that were considering,
guy.
I don't know, like a Pokemon,
His soul's been drained
but
out his
Grand
body.
Theft Auto, Pokemon, but postal
Pokemon.
but insert thing here. Because those would sell, And to some degree, I kind of see where Nintendo's coming from with this. I mean, I'm not on their side, but, I kind of get it. You don't want your brand to be associated with
Bulbasaur
those
used
things
Pearl
if that
Harbor
isn't your target
Blast.
demographic. You don't want your product to be used to market for something that isn't your product that somebody else owns, especially if it's unsavory. It's common sense. It's common sense business and marketing. But the way they went about this just sets a worrying precedent. Companies shouldn't just be able to say, I don't like you, so I'm going to sue you.
I'm
with
going to make
this
a game called
vague
Pikachu
patent
with a
that I
gun.
have.
Yeah.
That does stifle innovation. That is anti-competitive and, by extension, anti-consumer.
It is.
Also, again, not all the blame can be placed on Nintendo here. Most of it can, but not all. So the peak Steam player count of Palworld when it launched in early 2024 was over 2 million. For
Damn,
Elden Ring,
son.
it was 900,000. But now, just a few months after release, Palworld is sitting at around 20k, 20,000 players. And Elden Ring, which has been out for way longer, almost 3 years, has over double that number. Clearly, Palworld does not have that much longevity.
Hey, you had it
even
coming.
for a single-player game.
You
As
asked,
time goes on,
no,
it does
Gene,
become clear that this
why
was
am
a
I
flash in
chained?
the
I said the
pan.
chain's
It
for
was
your
kind of a
safety
fad that
because there's
relied
a
on that
huge
Pokemon
pit over
with
there
guns
and I don't want you
marketing
falling
approach.
in.
People
You're
did
welcome.
want a
I
Pokemon
think about your
competitor,
safety.
especially one that would appear on other platforms, but they also want originality. After this whole lawsuit thing happened, I thought it was going to create a Streisand effect and sales would skyrocket for this game and tons of people would start playing it again. But yeah, those numbers aren't really
it's a safety
moving.
chain.
People online are saying, yeah, Nintendo's awful, poor Palworld, but nobody's going back and playing it. Look, Palworld has only declined in popularity
Best I
since
can
its
do is
release,
give you
and I think the
scraps
reason
for
for this
dinner.
is just because, I don't know, I guess it's not that original. Don't get me wrong, I don't think this game is anything like Pokemon. It's
No.
far closer to Ark or
yeah.
Valheim or any survival crafting game on Steam. But that's the thing, it feels like a combination
probably
of just a bunch of
deserve it,
games
weeb.
thrown
Wow.
into one. And that means it never had a unique
I didn't say he
identity
deserved it,
unto
I just said it was
itself.
for
And I
safety.
think that's just because there's so many other games out there that can do
There's a
kind of the
bottomless
same
pit near 'em.
thing, but better. So yeah, sadly, I think it's clear that the success of this game
Wow, Nathan.
mostly hinged on that shock factor. The appeal of it being Pokemon with guns.
He said something about
rather
it
than
Diddy
being a
Party.
genuinely interesting Pokemon competitor. This is a really weird situation to me. Pocket Pair has just not made it easy to be sympathetic towards their cause. Like, come on, we knew what they were doing. We knew what Palworld was. We knew Nintendo was going to sue, but most people just assumed it was going to be over the creature designs. And if that was the case, if this was a trademark thing, a copyright thing, this wouldn't even be all that controversial.
No.
Because yeah, you show this to anybody and they look similar. Pocket Pair was definitely playing with fire, but honestly, this ended up being kind of a win for them.
Oh, yeah.
Because they made a lot of money. They made a lot
They
of
made
money
a
from
shit
this.
ton
I don't
of
like
money.
Nintendo's lawyers bullying the little guy because they dare to question the powers that be. But at the same time,
getting
yeah,
beavered.
Pocket Pair was picking a fight here. You know, they didn't have to make the creatures look almost identical to Pokemon. They didn't have to use these magical spheres that look exactly like Pokeballs.
They don't look
But
exactly
they
like
did
Pokeballs.
because that's what the marketing was all about. It was Pokemon with guns. That was the concept. That's why it made a lot of money, and that's why they got sued. But I imagine at the end of the day, they're probably going to make a lot more money than the amount they get sued for. So I'm sure from their perspective, it was probably worth it. This whole story
you're
is
wrong,
just
I guess,
really
for that.
weird to me. Nintendo is in the wrong here. Absolutely. Suing over patents over gameplay mechanics, that shouldn't even be a thing that's
of course
possible.
it is, Tetsuya.
It's awful. It is as anti-competitive as it gets. They are using their size to intimidate others, hinder potential rivals, and I think
there's
most people could
Mario,
agree,
basking
yeah,
in
that
this
is
glory.
bad. That is a bad thing. But I do think there's more to it than just stopping a new potential Pokemon rival. They have a lot of patents. Nintendo has so many patents that apparently they could just sue the entire gaming industry. They
Me
could
too.
go after everybody, but they don't. They pick and choose their battles, and I think this is at least in part why they're going after specifically Palworld. It just reflects poorly on the brand. And while I don't agree with how they went about doing this, I don't think that Pocket Pair is completely free of blame here.
no.
All art is transformative and derivative of something else and blah, blah, blah. People find inspiration from other works, but there is value in originality. There's inspiration, and then there's, I don't know, cheap knockoffs. And what's interesting is while
Hey,
in
it's
the
the-
West,
it's the
a
great
lot of
value
people seem to be
version,
siding
alright?
with Pocket Pal and Palworld, in Japan, way more people side with Pokemon and Nintendo. Now, both companies are Japanese, so it has nothing to do with national pride or anything like that. It's really more that people see this as an ethical issue. They see Palworld as a blatant knockoff. And regardless for the reasons of the lawsuit, people just see Pocket Pal as, well, plagiarizing. This isn't just because of Palworld. Pocket Pair's previous game, Craftopia, was accused of being a Breath of the Wild knockoff.
Oh,
so they
boy.
already didn't have that great of a reputation. It just feels like a situation where nobody is completely in the right. I mean, Nintendo is definitely more wrong. I think it's extremely dangerous to start abusing these patent laws to try to delist games just because they're similar to other games. But I also have to admit, I don't like the strategy of any indie company just basing its whole development strategy on copying what other people have already done. Look, I do genuinely hope that a sequel gets made, a Palworld 2, something that expands on all this in a way that feels more fleshed out, something that feels more unique. I'd like to see more originality in the designs, and maybe that will happen. Or maybe the developers will just not do that and make a Hollow Knight clone with survival elements.
Hell
Oh,
yeah.
that's great. It was,
Hell yeah.
I wonder
The
if
AI
Nintendo will
gen- oh,
do
Pikachu with a
Pokemon
gun.
guns in the next game. And then they'll put a patent on that. Again, huge thanks to Ground News for sponsoring this video. They're doing
Alright, moving
great
on.
work over there, and right
Time
now
for
you
our
can get
second spooky
40%
video,
off
then
the
we're gonna be
Vantage
moving,
plan
we're gonna
by going to
fly after this.
ground.news/husk. Link is in the description.
I clicked it.
Go check them out.
Go. Click. Thank you. Here we go. Let's get Sack Baggins on screen. An experiment to remove the mind from Anomaly. Here we go.
Jacques-Alain Miller, the intellectual heir of the renowned psychoanalyst
The real.
Jacques Lacan, was not merely the one to carry on his work from the 1990s onward. As Lacan's son-in-law, Miller enjoyed a number of privileges
He's
when
his
it came to
son-in-law?
accessing the most closely guarded material of the famed psychoanalyst. Through the Stiffarella Foundation, Miller took it upon himself to keep both the manuscripts and recordings of Lacan's lectures, delivered from the 1950s to the 1980s, under strict lock and key.
Me too,
In
dog.
fact, the famous seminars, 27 volumes of which remain incomplete, are part of a collection that many psychoanalysts worldwide have called into question. These critics accuse the edited volumes of censoring much of Lacan's teachings, while also distorting, with Miller's express authorization and interpretation, several ideas that remain hotly debated to this day. The concept of the
Not highly,
real
hotly.
has been particularly problematic, even in 2024. since there is a mysterious break in Lacan's work that occurred in 1975.
Oh, really?
That year, almost all of the still unreleased versions of the seminars were withdrawn for a personalized edition, overseen by Miller. Only a handful of people worldwide have gained access to the original material, which, although censored, offers a closer understanding of the French analyst's ideas. Alfredo Edelstein, an Argentine intellectual, has publicly expressed his opposition to Miller's monopolization of Lacan's teachings across various South American and European media outlets. Moreover, he has accused Miller of malpractice regarding his involvement in certain experiments conducted in collaboration with the American Psychoanalytic Association. Many of these experiments, carried out in the utmost secrecy, have violated numerous international agreements, human rights treaties, and ethical commitments of the scientific community. Roberto Rodriguez Stoltenberg, an Argentine psychoanalyst and member of the school renewed by the Real Freudian Cause, affiliated with Favaloro University, emerges as a key figure in this matter. In one of his books published in 2009, Rodriguez Stoltenberg dedicated a chapter to the first known ethical complaint against Miller. This text, digitized and available in several Argentine university repositories, addresses the broader ethical issues surrounding the practice of Lacanian psychoanalysis, particularly those related to the treatment of the concept of the real, a notion that extends beyond the classical philosophical obscurantism stemming from some of Heidegger's ideas that Lacan explored.
But I can't obscure the tism.
Rodriguez Stoltenberg openly admits his involvement in 1997 in one of the few experiments with predominantly favorable results regarding the transductive machines of the real. The author reveals that between 1992 and 1998, he actively worked alongside Jacques-Alain Miller and the American Psychoanalytic Association at their facilities in the state of Maine. Although the project was not initially considered secret, after the results emerged, efforts were made to keep it outside the scope of traditional psychoanalytic institutions. It is worth noting that, unlike other disciplines in fields such as psychology, psychiatry, neurology, or mental health in general, Millerian psychoanalysis has sought to go beyond the standard concepts of science. These results have shown that, from the perspective of the real, many events that might even be considered supernatural or paranormal coexist within the reality of each of us.
Oh boy. Chapter 6.
Certainly, my involvement in Professor Miller's experimental trials has compromised my standing in the psychoanalytic field. It is no surprise to me that, in recent years, invitations to various symposia in Argentina have diminished, especially considering that the Lacanian Orientation School and the Stafferla Group have gained such influence among prestigious universities. Buenos Aires, once the epicenter of orthodox psychoanalysis, has, let's put it this way, been gradually succumbing to Miller's revolution in the study of the real. This shift, moreover, has been making an increasingly troubling impact on clinical practice. However, I cannot distance myself from the responsibility tied to this reality.
I cannot do it. I
participated in some of Professor Miller's most bizarre experiments, and it is my duty, 12 years later, to allow the community to fully understand what anyone could call grave ethical violations, not only in science, but against humanity itself.
Damn humanity.
By 1997,
violations.
I had been working for 5 years with Jacques-Alain Miller's American team in Penobscot County, Maine. Although he did not visit us as often as we might have wished, we had the opportunity to present our findings on the real in about 7 or 8 instances.
No, that's Zach Baggins.
It was during that year that Professor Miller
famous
directed
ghost
what I would
detective.
consider the only project.
Not as famous as Chris Boris.
It was
famous
October,
ghost doctor,
and early
but
in
you
the
know.
month, we were assigned to the custody, surveillance, and physical examination of 3 inmates from Allenwood Penitentiary at the institute where we worked. These 3 men, all in their 30s and of similar build, had been sentenced to life imprisonment for homicide. Their selection did not seem coincidental.
Just a little
as all 3 were
homicide as a
similar
treat.
height, Irish descent, and had witnessed certain effects of the real 6 years earlier. The first thing that struck me, to say the least, as both curious and troubling, was that the 3 men had absolutely no idea why they had been relocated. In conversations with them, they told me that the Institute's agents had invited them to undergo a physical examination for academic research purposes.
Oh, sure.
While that was
Sure,
technically
that's
true,
how it
they were
always
entirely
starts.
unaware that the real reason for their presence at the facility had much darker undertones.
No.
The first major test took place on October 10th. Jacques Alain Miller was present and highly involved at every observation and testing point. The conference room on the second basement level had been completely outfitted with the equipment Professor Miller had brought from New York. I can't fail to mention that Alexander Simard also accompanied him, one of the most prominent figures in the research of the real in America. I would go as far as to say that if it weren't for the fact that Professor Miller is the sole legal owner of Jacques Lacan's original writings, Alexander Simard would have taken over this investigation years ago. The conference room was unrecognizable. Every single seat had been removed, and even the stage platforms, along with the rest of the room's foundations, had been stripped away. At the center stood a structure about 4 meters tall.
Well, I sure hope it
completely
stands.
covered in metallic plates. In the heart of this monumental device was a semi-translucent hatch, through which the opposite side of the room could be clearly seen. Surrounding it, a series of cabins filled with
A
electrical
series of
panels
tubes into
had
your
been
house.
installed, tightly sealed. They had gone to great lengths to
I did that
create
already.
hermetically controlled environments, isolating each one from the others, and most importantly, from the central structure. We, the members of the Institute, were truly astonished.
I, for one,
In
am
all the
astonished.
years we had worked
I'm
there,
astonished.
we had never encountered an intervention of this scale. Professor Miller and his team tasked us with examining the 3 prisoners, but they didn't even bother to send us a note explaining what kind of tests these subjects would undergo. And don't even mention the overhaul of the conference room.
Don't even mention it.
My colleagues and I
Not
had
to be
lengthy
mentioned.
discussions about the situation, even considering the possibility of submitting a formal letter of protest to the Institute's leadership.
Oh, and they think that'll
However,
help,
there
huh?
was one particular incident, perhaps even symbolic, that quietly made us abandon any thought of resistance. When Alexander Simard first entered the meeting room, where we were set to discuss matters with Miller and the rest of his team, he was accompanied by 3 Pentagon agents. The facility and the entire county have been properly secured by agents and a heavily armed military contingent. The perimeter of the building has been cordoned off, and the access routes in and out have been placed under federal control. Those were the first words Alexander Simard spoke, even before introducing himself. Jacques-Alain Miller was involved in matters that seriously threatened the security of the United States, and against that, we had no choice but to follow orders.
Oh,
In the
really?
early hours of
Likely
the morning,
story.
When we were summoned to the conference hall, we were instructed to change into specific attire. Everyone inside had to wear a white lab coat over a special yellow radiation suit. Our eyes were to be shielded by dark goggles, and we had to wear shoes with thick, insulated rubber soles. However, the 3 prisoners were
that didn't
required
stop
to
the
enter
demon.
in their regular uniforms, thin shirts and pants, and standard issue sneakers. Unlike us,
Sneakers.
who had to be heavily protected inside the hermetically sealed capsules, they were directly exposed to the monumental device that stood in the middle of the hall. Our team's task appeared relatively simple: constant monitoring of vital signs and a written report of everything that transpired once the test was ordered to begin. Both Miller and Simard were in a cabin facing the large structure. With them, a team of engineers was adjusting the control panel, which I assumed operated the main structure. I say assumed because neither before nor after the experiment were we given any explanation of what had actually occurred. Once everything was ready, Miller spoke in somewhat broken English, surprising for a man of such international acclaim. He ordered the 3 prisoners, who didn't seem either surprised or frightened, to line up in a column. After hearing the siren through the speakers, they were to cross the translucent portal of the enormous structure one at a time, without rushing, and most importantly, in complete silence. Miller and Simard watched every move the prisoners made with extreme caution, while ensuring their vital signs remained within expected parameters.
All right, I'll
When
be
the
right
first
back.
man
I'm
had to
gonna
cross
go
the
to
portal,
the bathroom.
nothing seemed to
I'll be right
happen.
back.
The man didn't appear affected by anything. When asked to share his sensations, he simply said that it felt a bit warmer on the other side, but nothing else was different. The second man's turn came a few minutes later. Everything proceeded just as it had with the first, except for one detail. The second prisoner reported feeling pain in his arm, like a burning sensation. However, after a few seconds, he recovered. What happened with the third prisoner was frankly horrifying to witness. The man crossed with as much confidence as the other two, but something went wrong when he passed through that thin, subtle layer forming the portal. The third man became trapped by a force that held him right in the middle of the structure. He began to scream, complaining of intense pressure in his abdomen that soon turned into excruciating burning. "It's tearing my insides apart," were his last words before we all watched in terror as that invisible force began to tear his tissues apart. His torso's skin wrinkled as quickly as it stretched until it ruptured. In a matter of seconds, his muscles and all of his organic material were laid bare. His spine was exposed until all that remained was a reddish gelatinous mass spread across the semi-transparent layer of the portal.
Right here.
Professor Miller's team reacted as if they had anticipated such an event, while we stood there, witnesses to a ghastly scene. Through the speakers, Dr. Simard's voice was heard asking the other two prisoners what they had seen.
What had you
Both
seen?
responded that nothing had happened yet. They still saw the third man standing on the other side of the portal. When Miller heard that response, he said to himself with a tone of satisfaction, "They're not coming back." We understood the meaning of that phrase about 15 minutes later, when Simar's team began dismantling the control panels. The experiment was over for them.
Yep, that's the experiment. Spoopy.
Monitoring their vital signs was no longer necessary.
Well, they're dead.
For the French psychoanalyst, they were likely already dead, trapped in a dimension where material existence no longer held any meaning.
Nope.
I later learned, and this was the reason for my resignation from their team, that the two prisoners had managed to cross the fabric of the real.
Yes, they did.
This meant that their conscious and unconscious apparatus had been severed.
Oof.
Although they saw themselves in the conference room awaiting further orders, the reality was diametrically different. Their level of consciousness was temporarily halted to such an extent that, lacking the experience of jouissance, they would live that moment in an indeterminate time frame, possibly approaching infinity.
Damn.
The physical body no longer mattered. In simple terms, their minds were left in an ethereal state, detached from their physical faculties. That horror would keep those men trapped in a parallel version of the world forever. It was never entirely clear if that state could be reversed, but it was likely a fate beyond the control of the research teams.
Oh, yeah.
Even the accident involving the third prisoner lacked a convincing explanation, aside from the probable intolerance to the artificial effects of the real created by the machine. But one thing was certain: in 1997, they had managed to control, for the first time in history, a dimension of the real.
Damn. Alleged photograph of the portal created by a team of Jacqueline Allen Miller, Alexander Simard. Despite that may have been taken one of the former workers in 2004, the same year it was uploaded to the internet forum. Oh, okay. Hi, Sash. Hi. You gonna jump up again? Is that what you want to do? You want to jump on my bed? Goofcat, are you gonna lay down there? You gonna lay down? Gonna lay down, okay. Anyway, there's the viewer-related stuff for tonight. Now to go on to this. Here we go. I mean, obviously my stuff's in there too. Here we go. This idiot. Big dummy. It's not easy trading green. Oh boy. Here we go. Ready to be mad?
The dislike of and anguish over social media is just growing and growing and growing. And it's part of our problem, particularly in democracies.
Oh no, here we go.
In terms of building consensus around any issue. It's really hard to govern today.
Oh God, here we go.
You can't, there's no, the referees we used to have to determine what's a fact and what isn't a fact are kind of, been eviscerated
on your
to a
side
certain
now?
degree. And people go, and that people self-select where they go for their news or for their information.
Oh
and
no,
then
how
you just
dare
get
people
into
have
a vicious
that?
cycle. So it's really, really hard, much harder
Control
to
people?
build
Oh, you missed
consensus
that?
today than at any time in the 45, 50 years I've been involved in this.
You shouldn't have been involved that long, dumb fuck.
There's a lot of discussion now about how you curb those entities in order to guarantee that you're going to have, some accountability on facts, et cetera. But look, if people go to only one source and the source they go to is sick and, has an agenda and they're putting out
we never have that.
disinformation, our First Amendment stands as a major block to the ability to be able to just hammer it out of existence. So what you need...
Okay, leave this country then.
We
If you don't like
need
it,
is to-
leave. Clearly it's a
is
problem for
to
you.
win the ground, win the right to govern by hopefully having, winning enough votes that you're free to be able to
Take away
implement
freedom of
change.
speech?
Now,
wanna
obviously,
take
there
that
are
away,
some
right?
people in our country who are prepared to implement change in other ways.
Oh, great.
And
So
that's
you're
really
questioning
dangerous.
really if democracy can survive unregulated social media.
I think democracies are very challenged right now, and
By First
have
Amendment,
not proven they can move fast enough or big enough to deal with
Also,
the challenges
good job
that
talking
we
about
are
this shit
facing.
like a European
What
Union
convinced
thing.
you of your theory?
Well, what started to happen is they just started to say it publicly in front of cameras.
Our First Amendment stands as a major block to the ability to be able to just, hammer it out of existence. So
Yeah. Jesus Christ. All right, time to go to Jamaica.
All across this land we love, there are places.
I'm gonna speed this up just a little
There
bit.
are people.
1.25 speed. Oops.
That ignite emotions.
Oh, actually, never mind. We saw this one. I just realized we had watched this one before. Never mind, we're not watching it. Sorry. Now it's time for the boy. This is short, so I'm not speeding it up.
Opened up.
We had watched that Jamaican one before. My bad.
And I made a 4 stuff.
Great. 4 stuff Oreo.
I took 2 double stuffed
Diabetes.
Oreos and made it a 4 stuffed. Now we're going to drop it into a rocks glass of this nature. Now we're going to add some Old Crow bourbon whiskey. Drink combo for 21 and up. And then we're going to add some Oreo flavored Coca-Cola for a drink combo I like to call Cookies and Crow. I did this drink combo last night minus the Oreo, so I figured I'd spice up the combo and try it out. A drink combo for the fans. Hope you're all having an awesome Monday.
Well, I'm not. How about that?
Do you like Oreo Coke? And I think it's tasty.
Yeah, I have
Some people
Oreo
aren't a fan
Coke.
of it, but I think it's
Diabetes.
pretty tasty. Drink combo. Cookies and Crow is a play on the word cookies and cream.
You think that's funny?
And it's got Old Crow whiskey in it, so I thought the name was kind of cute. Let's try a sip.
Yeah. Oh, someone's editing that stuff for him. He just never does nothing like that. Oh, speaking of stupid crypt people, listen to this. Oh boy.
Brief final question. You liken yourself to
days ago.
Cassandra, the Greek mythological figure who could see the future.
Oh God. It hurts.
And the prophecies, but was never believed. Putting that Cassandra hat on for the moment, but we're listening.
I hope not.
What is something you see happening in the near future that we should be taking more seriously?
Oh, here we go. Wait for it.
Well, I do think that the press needs a consistent I mean, the press that's not supporting Trump blatantly, very persistently.
Oh God, no kidding.
The press
the
that's
press
trying
you
to
own,
be the press,
by the way,
be
bitch.
objective, be reporting the facts.
The facts.
The press needs a consistent narrative about the danger that Trump poses. Because people may still look at the danger and say, "I don't care. It doesn't affect me. I'm going to vote for X, Y, or Z." But okay.
Oh my God.
But at least people need to be woken
Someone's
up.
someone's still mad they lost. By the way, you really lost hard, and I hope it happens to your successor too. I really
Given
do.
the
It'd be really
facts
funny.
about what he has done, is saying, and would do. And I anticipate that, something will happen in October, as it always does. The Russians, as I...
Oh, thank God some things never change. Thank God you're still running this bullshit. When it was shown, they worked on both sides, especially yours. Oh, what a shock. Oh, Russia, me Russia.
Said earlier, are very active in this election.
Oh, my God.
We know the Iranians are active as well. Chinese uses TikTok, or they certainly did against Biden
use TikTok.
and for Trump. I think they're a little less...
Wait, the Chinese for... Wait, what? China for Trump? That's funny. That's not true. They like you.
Trump right now.
But why would they be?
The press needs a consistent narrative about the danger that Trump poses.
My face when they're not even trying to hide their agenda anymore. Yeah, for real. God. Anyway. Doog time. He's talking about Ghostbusters. You know it is.
Hey, folks.
We're coming on Spooky Month, chat. Spooky Month is very soon. Tomorrow will be the start of Spooky Month. Good old October. Doug, 1.5 speed for this fucking review. Here we go. Let's go.
We're going to be in Cleveland, Ohio for the Cleveland Gaming Classic.
Oh, no. Oh, no. He's going to be in Ohio, Cleveland for Gaming Classic on September 20th through the 22nd. Well, he's gone now. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. He was in Ohio. Disgusting. How? I don't want Doug there. I feel like cringe by proxy for that fucking statement.
Okay, meeting 102 of the Foreign Film Exchange Club
That's
begins.
supposed to be fucking... Is that supposed to be like
This
Skype?
is Hannah from the Galaxy.
This is Manny from Planet Weird Ass Name 5, and just a reminder, if you tell
sure
anyone alien life exists, you will cut off your reproductive organs with it.
Yell at Doug.
Now, Hannah, I was particularly impressed with your cinematic selection. Colors don't exist because they have no smell. I was especially surprised when the turned out to be a... It really changed the way I look at relationships.
Well, I was equally impressed with the suggestion. Nanooks on a plane.
Agreed, though the symbolism could be a little on the nose, I think.
You'd be surprised how many people think it's just about Zorkamort castration.
And your selections, Nostalgia Critic, were also excellent. Godfather, Casablanca, 2001: A Space Odyssey.
Granted, the last one, a little dated.
Of course.
We also enjoyed your classic comedies like the works of Charlie Chaplin and Mel Brooks.
Tell me, did Monty Python ever show his face on screen?
No,
I understand.
I
The
hate your
prejudice
bit,
against
Doug.
reptiles
Your
must
bit's
have been great.
bad.
However, there is one choice on your list that we did not understand. The comedy Ghostbusters.
Really? A lot of people see that as a classic.
So you've said, but where Blazing Saddles called out prejudice, Life of Brian addressed religious misinterpretations, and Modern Times satirized industrial America, Ghostbusters fights a Yugoslavian fashion model in bubble wrap with extremely illegal and dangerous technology.
Well, when you put it like that, sounds even more awesome.
Am I right this masterpiece of cinema also had a Saturday morning cartoon?
Dude, that's how I got into it.
You don't
Wow,
believe that
he got
nostalgia
into it
influences
because
your
of
favoritism?
cartoons.
I'm sure.
What a man-child.
Apologies. While this movie is fine, we don't see it as a masterpiece.
Look, it's kind of hard to explain why this movie works.
Isn't that your job?
I mean, it can be explained, it's just tricky.
How tricky?
So tricky, we're never able to duplicate again.
Also, Bill Murray's not funny.
Before is lightning in a bottle, and seeing how they've tried for years to unsuccessfully duplicate it, I think that's still accurate. Every sequel and
Harold
reboot
Ramis is the reason why Bill Murray's funny in any way, any shape or form because of the writing. Bill Murray himself is not that funny. He's also a
To some
cunt.
extent, I can see why. Ghostbusters mixes a bunch of different
Dan
genres
Aykroyd's a
and
fucking
tones that
idiot.
normally wouldn't go together.
I got no
but
problem with Ernie
surprisingly works
Hudson.
so well,
He
it's
seems like an
equally
alright
entertaining
dude,
to both
normal
adults and
actually,
kids.
compared to
Like I said,
everybody
I found out
else.
about Ghostbusters
Harold
too.
Ramis is rolling in his grave for
I was
these
gonna agree
fucking
with it, it's
people.
follow-up. So when I discovered there's a version where they smoke, swear, and give blowjobs, I was in 80s peachy heaven. But I'll admit, I can never look at it the same way audiences who first saw it looked at it. Stay Puft will never be as funny to me as when audiences first saw it on the big screen because I was too used to him as a cartoon character. Hell, I had the toy before I even knew there was a big screen version of him.
Wow.
So as someone who's basically raised to love this film from the start, it is hard
Also
to imagine
Sigourney
watching
Weaver.
it today with someone who's never even heard of it. One has to admit it is weird seeing a movie where four slackers charge electric lassos to hunt snot bubbles while their clients bang and turn into dogs. It's required cinematic viewing. So, on its 40th anniversary, I want to go
I
back
am
and see this film
Gozer.
does hold the same comedic weight it did when it first came out.
It's Gozer.
Separate myself from the sugar-coated
For sure
franchise,
it's
a lot of
Gozer.
us associate with it and look at it as a standalone flick. Is it still a unique experience where several mismatched elements surprisingly produce a one-of-a-kind masterpiece? Or is it just an extended Saturday morning cartoon with dick jokes? Which I would also be fine with. So, if y'all can entertain yourselves while I go talk about a question that has a clear answer, but I think it's a lot of fun to talk about.
No problem. We'll watch one of your Earth shows.
I wish
Yes,
this so much I
television
don't
drama
need
you
to
call
watch it
Spin
anymore.
City.
Yeah.
It's not really a drama.
Exactly.
Hey, give it the past 8 years,
That's
maybe
what
it is.
co-stars
Let's take
became to a
look
lot
at
of people. And thank God
Come on,
people
Ghostbusters.
just stopped watching after 2 because that shit's trash. Oh, speaking of Ghostbusters, that motherfucker who made the fucking 2016 edition is still mad. He's still fucking mad. I saw it in like the feed for Heretic Network. That motherfucker is still blaming Trump and people for not liking the movie. He's
Rightfully
so
so, get a
mad
lot of
about
praise.
it that
Elmer
it fucking
Bernstein's score
flopped.
is
Fuck that
fantastic,
dude.
making the
I
theremin
think it's
sound
Dave Filoni. Fuck
humorous
that piece
and
of
creepy
shit.
at the same time.
Go rot in hell.
That's one of the great tone combos of the movie, being goofy and over the top, but also a little unsettling. They really make
He's
you
an
feel like you're
unfunny
with
cunt.
this librarian, and because they mix different types of effects,
Hi,
it isn't all
Sash.
just
Welcome
CG,
back to the
you
room.
feel the same claustrophobic panic she does after seeing something like this.
Something strange.
Christ, how can you not get jazzed up after seeing that intro?
Who's gonna call
Doctor of parapsychology.
Ghostbusters?
And yes, I was shocked to find that is an actual term. Named Peter
Parapsychology.
Fink, played by Bill Murray.
How you
His
wait?
character's
How are you
made clear
shocked
not
that's a
just by his
term?
performance, but by his vandalized office, his need to torture innocents, and hitting on students. Yeah, this movie's kind of like Animal House meets Poltergeist. I don't think we're entirely supposed to like these people.
You can keep the $5 I've had. I will, mister.
Oh, he's also cheap. I know inflation and everything, but somehow $5 is always just $5 in any time period.
This is it. This is definitely it.
He's approached
I got some
Dr.
Crystal
Ray
Skull
Stantz, played by Dan
vodka.
Aykroyd, who tells him about the ghost at the library, where he meets up with Dr. Egon Spangler, played by Harold Ramis.
Again, guy rolling in his grave with everything that's happened to a series he made.
Hope we can clear this up quickly and quietly. Let's not rush things. We don't even know what you have yet.
No wonder this became an animated series. Not only is every person they encounter a Marx Brothers antagonist, but the three of them basically already look like cartoons, even if I think they mixed up Peter and Ray's character models.
You know, he doesn't look a thing like me.
Oh, God.
I question the librarian before they visit the location.
Are you habitually using drugs, stimulants, alcohol? Are you, Alice, menstruating right now?
I suppose this is as good a time as any to talk about how some of the main leads, particularly Peter, are sometimes seen as too unlikable. Yes, you could toss part of this up to as a different time, but I'll defend them a bit more beyond that. They do shitty stuff, and that's where the comedy comes from. But not only are we supposed to see deep down they are good guys, there are consequences to their shitty actions. Peter hits too hard on Dana Barrett, so she tosses him out. It's not until he finally starts to come through with what he was hired for and slows down that she starts to like him. They didn't test this dangerous equipment or get okayed from anyone, so they're questioned about it. And when they act like assholes, turning the questioner away, the questioner becomes an asshole, and the city turns to chaos. In the end, they make it work because, again, deep down, they are good guys who will eventually do the right thing. But they would have gotten there easier with a lot of these problems being avoided if they acted smarter. But that's not funny, and this is a comedy. And these three are fun to watch make asses of themselves.
Full dorsal apparition, and it's real.
And apparently it's very gassy.
Where are you from, originally?
The scene has great build-up. Again, trying to make it a little creepy adds a little believability to what's ultimately a pretty unbelievable scenario.
Get her!
The Ghostbusters, everybody! Yeah, a lot of the people hired to get rid of ghosts are legitimately terrified of ghosts.
I trust you're moving us to better quarters on campus. No, you're being moved off campus.
When the three of them are tossed out of university for, like I said, being non-productive a-holes, leading to one of my favorite lines.
You've never been out of college. You don't know what it's like out there. They expect results.
That's not true. Some people make a very good living producing nothing of value. Peter sees it as a business opportunity. By the way, am I the only one that thinks it almost turns into a musical here?
Ray, call it fate, call it luck, call it karma.
We are gonna make it big. Now let's get some shawarma. I know I told the story a million times, but I don't care. I'm gonna tell it again. When I first saw this as a kid, I asked what they were drinking. My dad didn't want to say alcohol, so he said it was the magic Ghostbuster juice that turns them into Ghostbusters. And I'll be damned if that doesn't check out, because they suddenly start talking smarter and then they're off to get the firehouse.
This ecto-containment system that Spangler and I have in mind is going to require a load of bread to capitalize. You're never going to regret this, Ray.
I'm telling you, man, it weirdly tracks. I also like the way to show they have no money as Egon's calculator gets smaller, which nowadays would actually mean they have more money.
The wiring is substandard, it's completely inadequate for our power needs, and the neighborhood is like a demilitarized zone.
Yeah, so all of New York in 1984. We're introduced to Dana Barrett, played by Sigourney Weaver, who often tries to slip past her nerdy neighbor Lewis, played by Rick Moranis, who, much like many of the actors, improvised a fair amount of his lines.
How you doing? Why don't you have some of the breeze at room temperature? I taped 20-minute workout on my machine and played it back at high speed, so it only took 10 minutes. I got a great workout. I'm giving this whole thing as a promotional expense. That's why I invited clients instead of friends.
This character doesn't get enough love. Or maybe sometimes he gets too much. This weirdo seems obsessed with him.
We're ready to believe you.
After seeing the boys ad on TV, I love Egon looking for his mark. We get a bit of a future cameo. Yeah, remember when Easter eggs could foreshadow the future, not just remind you of the past. And speaking of eggs, they start cooking on the counter and a mysterious sound is heard from the fridge.
I'm back. The dog.
You're out of mayo. Miracle Whip, if you don't mind.
After hiring a secretary named Janine, played by Andy Potts, our heroes are approached by Miss Barrett with her ghost problem, which I don't know, this place might also be haunted. Their cokes pretend to be Diet Cokes, and she explains her situation.
No!
Past life experience intruding on present time.
Could be erased memory stored in the collective unconscious. I wouldn't rule out clairvoyance or telepathic contact either.
Oh, you know it. Could be ghosts. Ghostbusters.
Yeah,
Goes to check out the
guys, come
apartment
on.
While fighting off clumsy advances and talking canines in her icebox, Weaver still plays this as straight as warning the whaling company of a universal threat.
There were creatures writhing around, and they were growling and snarling, and there were flames, and I heard a voice say Zool.
Well, that just happens when we leave Taco Bell in the fridge too long. Well, I defended Peter a little bit and how his bombastic flirting gets him kicked out. This scene is still done really awkwardly.
No.
I've got it.
No.
I'll prove myself to you.
Oh, God.
Alright, movie, if you don't want us indicating anything creepy, maybe don't make a scene indicating something creepy.
I'll solve your little problem.
Okay.
Yeah, this scene's weird. Your weird scene.
We got one!
So what would you say? We're 50,
Got a
maybe 60 minutes
ghost.
in. We're not even a half hour in yet, and they're already taking their first job.
Hey, anybody see a ghost?
This movie is so damn tight at getting information to you through both verbal and visual storytelling, as well as both obvious and subtle gestures getting across character. With so many franchise movies having ridiculous running times, it is so impressive this movie is only an hour 40 long, and it feels
That's
like we got
because
the
of
same
Harold
amount of info
Ramis,
for
Doug.
2.5 hours.
Because he wrote it.
It wastes no time.
Going up. I'll take the next one.
They get called about a ghostly disturbance.
He is what we call a comedian. He knows this thing called timing and how to work it.
We thought you were someone else.
We thought you were Paul Feig. They discover a party animal ghost named Slimer, who I've mentioned before, is said to be the spirit of John Belushi, who gives them a run for their money, but they corner him in a dining hall.
Of course it's the spirit of John Belushi.
Stopping instantaneously and every molecule in your body exploding at the speed of light.
They're saying this now with no protection? Godpeck is right! But, you know, they just aim those nuclear warheads away from each other and end up catching the ghost. He got feeds in the made-up prices on the spot.
4 big ones, $4,000. I have no idea it'd be so much, I won't pay it.
But we would like a brandy. But you know, ghosts are suddenly popping up all over the place, making them a sensation. This leads to one of the more famous moments, for better or worse, of Ray having a dream about getting a BJ.
That's right.
And yes, the lyrics busted makes me feel good. We're supposed to play at that moment, but we're cut out. Raymond said the idea was Egon and Peter both got love interests, so wouldn't it be funny if Reyes was a woman who's been dead for years? As an entire backstory
Would be
was created,
funny.
involving an old historical fort and everything. The scene was too long, though, as well as maybe a few other things while watching this. So they turned it into a pointless dream sequence. And yeah, it's not needed, but it is kind of worth it just to hear Dan Aykroyd say it was based on real paranormal activity.
My God, Dan Aykroyd, shut up.
Is great.
Big question on everybody's mind. How is Elvis? And have you seen
Did get a blowjob from a ghost. Shut the fuck up, Dan Aykroyd.
Help, and an impressive one person applies. Winston Zedmore, played by Ernie Hudson.
Do you believe in UFOs, astral projections, mental
If
telepathy?
there's a steady paycheck in it, I'll believe anything you say.
This is the only
The
part of
best
the
Ernie
movie I have a
Hudson.
major problem with. Winston should have been brought in earlier. I heard originally Eddie Murphy was supposed to be one of the four, and maybe he was supposed to play that part, though I don't know. It's possible maybe he was supposed to be more the Peter role than the Winston role. I could be wrong, though. Either way, Winston is supposed to be the everyman who either goes with the flow or constantly tries to distance himself.
I want to make a phone call. Yeah, just work with these guys, and I wasn't even there.
I love these three together, and you could argue the audience reaction is kind of the everyman reaction these three need. But I'm constantly wondering how many of these moments would have been made even funnier if Winston was there reacting to their insanity, being the voice of grounded but humorous reason. I think it shows by the fact that, while sure, he has some funny lines, he also has some of the best moments in the film.
Judgment Day. Judgment Day.
All right, we had the tools, we had the talent. I love this town.
If it wasn't him giving this performance, I don't know if these moments would be as good.
Also, Ernie Hudson kind of sounds like Keith
Peter
David
Medina
sometimes,
reveals
just
Zool as the
saying.
minion of a demonic force named Gozer. And as I hinted at before, I kind of get
That's
it.
actually a
There's more out
compliment
there
to
who
Ernie
don't follow
Hudson.
social cues
I'm
and
not
keep
saying that
hitting
is a
on person
bad
who's
thing. He
clearly
does
not
sometimes
interested
sound
in
like
your
Keith
laundry.
David.
But look at these two. They're both clearly into each other at this point. Of course it helps they surround her with nothing but schmuck, so he looks better by comparison.
So who the hell is that? I'm sorry I didn't get to meet you, sir, and I'm glad you're feeling much better. You're still very pale, though.
Let me look at my unorthodox scale. We are at most. Hey folks, I'm playing Arkham City every Friday on Twitch. We also got content 5 days a week. Hope to see you there. Also, everybody says they never get notified about our latest videos, so be sure to subscribe and hit that notification bell to get all the latest updates.
Shut up, Doug.
Added in plays a representative from the Environmental Protection Agency.
I'm Walter Peck.
Even his introduction sounds perfectly snobby. I mean, that this role should so easily be boring in one note, but he masterfully makes him both charming and a prick at the same time.
Hey, please. See the storage facility, Mr. Peck.
And he says there's a lot of concerns about their equipment having hazardous results.
Try to imagine all life as you know it stopping instantaneously.
Rightfully so. And when he asks to take a closer look at their establishment, he's thrown out.
Either show me what is down there, or I come back with a court order. You go get a court order, and I'll sue your ass for wrongful prosecution.
Or at the very least, I'll have kids across America constantly call you dickless. No, really, that's something this one had put up with for a while.
I have to go. I have a date.
Meanwhile, Dana gets ready for a date, as it is a beautiful painting outside. When the movie goes from funny Pac-Man ghost to borderline Freddy Krueger territory.
Been zooled, bitch.
Lewis has similar issues next door as he throws a party.
You think it's too warm in here for Spree?
Titties.
What if I sing
So
Suddenly
she's tall.
Seymour? I know I bash the overuse of CG in movies, but admittedly, they kinda help smooth out some of these keying lines.
It's fine, don't worry about him.
This moment brought to you by New York. They know. They just don't care. I do love the irony that these two neighbors are possessed so that they can immediately find each other across the hall, but somehow they end up miles away from each other, so they literally ask everyone if they're the person they're looking for.
Are you the keymaster?
Yes.
Peter quickly puts together that something is up, and in a funny twist, she comes on to him and he pushes her away.
Wow.
I want you inside me.
Go ahead. No, I can't. Sounds like you got at least 2 people in there already.
Again, I feel like if this was just a I got a score character, he would take her up on this. Honestly, I feel like a lot of comedies might have gone that direction. But instead, he tries to save her, and I guess Weaver said she wanted a role that was a bit more playful and fun compared to what she was getting at the time. And you can tell, because she is clearly having a ball with this.
Especially the howling noises.
Zoom, motherfucker! Oh, wait, that's literally what this is.
I just wrapped up with about 300 cc's of Thorazine. She's gonna take a little nap now.
There's been jokes about Peter giving her Thorazine, like, what the hell is he doing bringing that on a date? And while those jokes are funny, again, some people I think take this too literally. My guess is I just made a joke about how much it takes to knock out a creature so powerful. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if it was improvised. But for the sake of argument, let's take it literally. The place is ransacked. Like Peter was looking for something to calm her down. So you could argue he found a prescription she had. Ever wondering what kind of doctor would prescribe her Thorazine? She saw a dog in a fridge. What would you give her?
What did you say your name was?
Vince Clortho, Keymaster of Gozer.
Lewis is possessed as well, calling himself the Keymaster, looking for the Gatekeeper. As Winston thinks maybe all these ghosts suddenly popping up have apocalyptic overtones.
And maybe the reason we've been so busy lately is because the dead have been rising from the grave.
If so, I would love to know who these people were before they died. Peck returns, though, demanding the place be shut down as he has a court order to do so.
I think there's just been a slight misunderstanding, and I want to cooperate in any way that I can.
I love how Peter instantly folds. He does that a lot in the face of adversity.
Big mistake.
It has turned off releasing all the ghosts, making this cop really angry. They're arrested as the ghosts start to torment the city to the song Magic, which, by the way, you really have to search for on the soundtrack, as half the song is something completely different. From.
Forever.
Heroes figure out the building was designed to summon the forces of the evil Gozer.
Intended to bring about the end of the world, and now it looks like it may actually happen.
It's an election year, though. We're used to hearing that. Carl Winslow takes
Shut
it from
up.
there, and I like now Peck folds and makes up
Wasn't
stories when
funny.
he sees rushing in might have been the wrong thing to do.
They use sense and nerve gases to induce hallucinations.
Wasn't funny at all, Doug.
Is this true? Yes, it's true. This man has no dick.
Don't ask how he knows that's true. Meanwhile, the gatekeeper and the keymaster open doors while the mayor sides with the Ghostbusters and allows them to take on evil. But evil's, you know, pretty bad. You know, it's like you had lightning and you went with earthquake. That's like having a gun, but you went with quicksand. One's clearly better. Let's go! The crowd cheers him on, and they rush on in to the stairs.
But when we get to 20, tell me. I'm gonna throw up.
Where SNL members going up buildings always the funniest part.
John Landis stuff.
The dogs as Our Lady of the Triforce
Hey,
opens up to finally
Ghostbusters.
reveal Gozer.
Gozer. I thought Gozer was a man. It's whatever it wants to be.
Whoa! I know I hate all this. Why don't you call it Go
Shut
Go
up,
Go
Doug.
Brobusters?
Or whatever it is, it's gotta
Not
get
funny.
by us.
We get a nice callback to their first ghost encounter.
That was your whole plan. Get her. Go get her, Ray.
I get the point, but that wasn't funny. I'm sorry, it's not funny.
If you're a god, you say yes.
Part of what makes this good is bringing all the mystery. Coven Spirit's Guide in the building. Yeah, exactly.
BC creature has flat tops. Gozer is a pretty cool villain. Who, much like Sauron, doesn't need to be seen that much in order to leave a dreadful presence.
Too bad they ruined that in the fucking other sequels made by Sony. I'm sure glad they didn't do that. Oh wait, they did.
Ray thinks back to his childhood and thinks of an old food mascot named Stay Puft.
Is it
He can't
Jake or
possibly
Hoover?
hurt, but he's naturally proven wrong.
He's harmless. Stay Puft is harmless. Nope.
As someone who grew up with the cartoon, I can't guess what it must have been like for an audience to see this is the antagonist at the end and how funny it must have been. But as a fan of the show, it was pretty amazing to see some really spectacular effects dedicated to this creature.
Some marshmallow.
There's something you don't see every day.
And I have to point out in a past video, I showed off how this effect was a little clumsy because you can see through the leg. But one comment said, of course you can see through it. He's a ghost.
Yep.
Shut
They
me
just
down.
ruined it.
We'll cross the streams.
They say crossing the streams might reverse the door to the ghost world, so they cross them as peeingly as possible. I hope I'm the first one to make up that word. And it seems to
Peeingly?
work, blowing up Gozer and the Marshmallow Man.
Tasty. It's
I love
roasted.
too William Atherton asked if getting all this marshmallow dumped on him was gonna hurt, and the crew just said, I don't know.
I don't
Even in
know.
real life, Peck brings up good points. As a kid, I'm on the Ghostbusters side, but as an adult, this is the asshole that makes more sense. Everyone else is covered as well, except for Peter, who has romantic lead armor, and they bust Dana and Lewis out of their burnt dog shells.
Who are you guys?
Where are you guys?
Who does your taxes?
Who
Nobody
does
needs to
your
be a lawyer in the
taxes?
future.
You're a
Control,
Jew.
we
Come on, do the
destroyed,
taxes.
The city is saved. Peter and Dana share this incredibly awkward kiss. This guy. And
This
they run
guy.
off into the slime set.
Slimer.
I'm off to Minions the cartoon!
Oh God.
So 40 years later, that was Ghostbusters. And sure, on the one hand, you could see this as just a simple comedy adventure designed to sell toys, but its unique premise, memorable characters, extremely quotable lines, and mixing of several different
We
tones
came,
does
we
make
came,
it
we
stand
saw,
out.
we kicked
It's
its
sort of watching
ass.
an anime. You know, the ones where a bunch of hearts and wavy lines go by 1 second, but then out of nowhere some really heavy shit suddenly hits. This does
not
that.
an anime.
Okay, maybe not much with drama, but certainly with
What are
sci-fi,
you talking
horror,
about?
family
That was a
entertainment,
stupid
grown-up
take.
entertainment, subtle wordplay, but also over-the-top special effects, and of course, comedy. Somehow it manages to balance all of these perfectly and
It's like an
master
anime.
every single
What?
one of those categories. It's not really a story about people discovering amazing things about themselves or changing greatly. It's a story about people having a passion for something and showing the struggles and rewards of
And
working
there's a
towards
guy
it.
who has a passion
It's
for
kinda like a Disney
crystal
film.
skulls made of
Some see Ariel
Herkimer
as not very
diamonds.
complex, but others see someone who knows what she wants despite everyone saying she can't get it and uses her drive and dedication to achieve her dream.
Oh, and by
People
selling your
recognize the
soul,
value in
yeah,
that
right,
despite
right,
her being
right.
flawed, and I think people can see the same value here despite these characters being flawed. They screw up, they do the wrong things, and many times it blows up in their faces, but they are still taking a chance on themselves despite nobody else having faith in them. It's a story we see all the time in kids media, but it's also a story we see all the time in adult media, which is perhaps why it speaks so well to both. I know it's not classic to everyone, but to kids looking to connect to adulthood,
There's
and
something
adults looking to connect to
strange
childhood,
in
this is an imaginative,
neighborhood.
one-of-a-kind comedy that's just as relatable and
Through the
smart as it is
cone.
bizarre and hilarious. Okay, so I think
Yeah,
I know
you
how
really
explain
don't
why
have to
this
see
film is so good.
Ghostbusters
Not
more than
now.
once. You
We just
can
watched
watch it
Earth's
more than once if
greatest
you like it,
masterpiece. Oh,
but
what? Citizen Kane?
you
Was
really
that
only
a
need to see
seal?
Ghostbusters once
Tommy
to get the
Wiseau's The
idea.
Room.
Oh.
It's pretty memorable for that
The
reason.
meaning of Christmas until I saw this epic.
Really?
The symbolic struggles, the layers of commentary, the way he answered the mysteries of the pyramids.
Oh God.
In the room?
You are so
In the
fortunate
room.
to live on a planet that has a film that scientifically proves what happens after death.
I was
What?
moved to tears.
In the room. Tommy Wiseau's The Room.
Oh, yes, don't you know? Tommy Wiseau is one of us.
But don't
Oh,
ask
no.
specifically what galaxy he's from. That's still a little vague.
And he made the greatest film you've ever seen.
Maybe it doesn't translate well into English.
But in the weird-ass
God.
85 dialect, it's absolutely stunning.
Your sketch, not funny, Doug. Not funny.
But
Not funny,
it also
Doug. Funny.
raises a lot more questions. I'm the
You're not
nostalgia
Doug
critic,
funny.
and I think I have another language to learn.
Welcome
God.
to Learning Weird Ass Name 5-ish. Lesson 1. Hello.
Yeah, it's not worth it. Why did I throw that? That's my phone.
Good job, dummy.
I taped 20-minute workout on my machine and played it back at high speed, so it only took 10 minutes. I got a great workout.
What's this? What's the fucking charity you're
For Cameos for
sponsoring?
charity, we're doing the Raiden Science Foundation. This is actually inspired by a convention I'm going to this month, who are raising money for this organization.
Oh, Cleveland Game
They're overcoming
Classics.
traditional research barriers to advance treatment for UBA5 disorder, a
What's
debilitating and ultra-rare genetic disease. In order to
Okay.
do so, they're pushing forward with medical
Does it happen to
breakthroughs such as
Chinese
gene therapy
people?
to help children all around the world.
It
who
looks
are
like
suffering
China.
from this disorder, and ultimately other rare
Is it because Chinese
So if
pollution?
you want a cameo from me saying
Just
happy
asking.
birthday, congrats, good luck, or whatever.
I'm making fun of the
send
G's. It
anyone
just
from
looks
me
like
and give me a
Chinese
great
people.
comment.
Anyways, drinks time. All right. Here we go. Vino talking. Quote of the day. Samuel smiles.
What's up, gals and pals? I'm Coach Vino.
Hi, Vino.
This is the Progress Bar. And ladies and gentlemen, I love sours. As a matter of fact, I recently made a Harvey Wallbanger sour, which was a fantastic riff on the original Harvey Wallbanger. And I'll put a link down in the description so you guys go ahead and check that out. And I was recently perusing the internet looking for a new cocktail, and I came across the olive oil sour, which was created by Lorenzo Antinori at Bar Leone in Hong Kong. Now, here's another thing you guys might not know about me. I love olive oil. I mean, I have it every single day. It's one of my favorite condiments. And so when I saw this recipe, I said, a sour olive oil, I know what I'm making next on YouTube. And that next is today, guys, right?
Here we go.
But
today.
before I make this cocktail, I'm gonna need you guys to go ahead and hit that thumbs up.
But when he made it, was
hit
today.
that subscribe button and that notification bell so you can help Vino feed the hungry algorithm.
Hey, be sure to like and subscribe to the stream if you haven't. I know a lot of you haven't. I'd always appreciate it. Be it here or on Heretic Network.
All right, folks, let's go ahead and look at what is in the sauce for our olive oil sour. The first thing you're gonna need is a ½ ounce of lemon juice. All right, folks? So I've got my super lemon juice here. We're gonna do, again, ½ ounce, all right? And then the next thing you're gonna need is a ½ ounce of honey syrup. Now, the recipe recommends a 3-to-1 honey syrup, right, folks? So again, a ½ ounce of our 3-to-1 honey syrup. Okay. And then we're gonna need 1/3 an ounce of Oloroso. Now, if you don't have Oloroso, I would just try to use a dry style of sherry. Okay, so the Oloroso sherry, you want to use something that's in the dry spectrum. Okay, folks. So again, 1/3 an ounce of Oloroso.
Interesting.
Okay, and then we're gonna want 2/3 an ounce of
the brandy
or cognac. All right, folks. He used an Italian brandy, but a cognac or American brandy, whatever you have, would definitely do. All right, folks. So 2/3 an ounce of brandy.
Pour it in. Pour some Henny in.
Cognac.
Oh.
All right, and then we're gonna do 1 ounce of a bourbon. Okay, folks. I'm gonna be using King's Distillery, which is right here in Brooklyn.
Oh, fancy.
So 1 ounce of bourbon. Okay, and then you're gonna want to use. Here's our olive oil now. Okay, folks. We're gonna do 1 bar spoon or 1 teaspoon.
Oh, really? I actually do put olive oil in it. Wow.
Okay, folks. So I'm gonna be very careful here. Not
a small amount. You don't want too much olive oil in there.
All right.
At least it's better than that beef tea we watched on Sunday.
The perfect amount. 1 teaspoon, okay, or 1 bar spoon, okay? And because this is the sour, we're gonna go ahead and use egg white. But if you don't want to use an egg white, you use aquafaba or maybe like a foam.
I say use an egg white.
Something like that. Or you can omit it altogether, but you're gonna lose some of that viscosity.
Because it's not gonna be a sour that way. You need an egg white for a sour.
All right, beautiful. And then we're gonna do what's called a dry shake, which means we're gonna shake it first with no ice. I'm gonna do that very vigorously for 10 to 15
I still say you should use 1 ice cube for a dry shake.
All right, folks, I think
you still get the same effect, but it keeps an actual seal on it.
Vigorously.
Very
and then
small
we're gonna go
cube
ahead
of
now
ice.
and add ice to the shaker, and we're gonna do a traditional.
And then you actually chill it.
Wet shake, all right? So we'll do that,
because technically you are cooking the egg by doing that.
Cool the drink, but we'll do that for basically about 10 seconds. And add a little bit of dilution, cool it up. It'll be all good, all right? 10 seconds. All right, folks, I think we shook this bad boy up and up. Let's put all of this to the side, and then we're gonna get our glass out. We're gonna be serving that in a coupe glass, which I've had chilling like a villain. And this is another one of my recent thrift store finds. I gotta tell you guys, if you're not hitting thrift stores for your home bar, you are paying too much, all right, folks? This was
paying too much. You're paying too much.
Right? Maybe I'll do a video one day where I go thrift shopping and show you guys some of the
thrift shopping or thrift shopping. I think saying thrift shopping.
Anyway, folks, we're gonna go ahead
going to thrift
and double strain that into our glass.
Stores. Excuse me.
All right, that's looking very nice. There we go, folks. Excellent. All right. So we're gonna go ahead and put this to the side, and then we're just gonna go ahead and garnish that now with some fresh nutmeg powder.
That makes sense.
Folks? So here we go.
Nutmeg powder?
Okay.
You're grating it?
What you have, all right?
Yeah, I was saying, why don't you just grate it?
I'm going to be very liberal with it because I love nutmeg on my drinks.
You don't want to have that much nutmeg.
Oh, that looks absolutely gorgeous. All right, folks, I'm super excited to try this out.
I think you could possibly hallucinate
oil
nutmeg.
Sour.
But it takes a lot of nutmeg to do that. And it's
All right,
not good
folks,
for you
let's
to
go
do
ahead
so.
and give Lorenzo Antinotti's olive oil sour a sippy sip. Very pretty. I mean, look at that beautiful little head we have there, the nutmeg on top. I mean,
I don't know where I read that. It's something about, like, can you overdose on nutmeg? It's like,
Oh, the
no,
nutmeg
technically
on
you
top
don't
is
overdose
killer.
on
I
it, but
mean,
you
that
can
is so
hallucinate
awesome,
if it's too
guys.
much,
Cheers.
which is weird, but you know.
Oh, wow.
Also, nutmeg
That is
is the
something.
shell part of another plant that technically has a fruiting body on it that has like
the
this web thing.
nuttiness
That
from
web thing is
Oloroso
actually what's
sherry
used
is
in
the
mace.
first thing you're hit with,
It's called mace
but
itself.
there's this overlying kind of like
The mace is
savoriness
also
that you're
made
getting
with
from the,
peppers
from
in
the
there
olive
too.
oil. That's
It's
actually
that
kind of
and
lingering
peppers
on the
because it
palate.
can go into your
Really nice.
eyeballs.
Oh yeah.
That's where the name comes from. Is from that.
Oh man.
And I think
And then you
nutmeg
get
is
this
indigenous
kind of
to
sweet
like Southeast Asia.
profile from the
Maybe
bourbon.
even India.
That's really, really dope. I mean, that one came on the second sip. I didn't really pick it up on the first one, but on the second one, the bourbon was really in your face. I'm not picking up the cognac too much. I can't say I'm too surprised with that. I mean, there's a little bit of a kind of a cherry note as well that's probably being pushed out there also by the bourbon.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, that's nice, guys. That's really nice.
He likes it.
And then the honey is actually, again, I mean, this is one of those. This is evolving, guys.
Oh,
this is a delicious,
it's a layered cocktail,
delicious
huh?
sour.
Layered in flavor, that
the
is.
complexity there. The honey just came up at the end. I mean, that's really lingering as well. It's almost like this kind of evolution of flavors.
An evolution of flavor.
Very nice cocktail, guys. If you like sours and you
Good
want to
shit,
try
Pino.
something fun and different, and you've got this kind of offbeat list of ingredients, I would definitely give this one a try. All right, folks. Anyway, I hope you liked this cocktail. If you did, please press like, please subscribe, and please share with your family and friends.
Oh, don't worry if you don't. I shared for you, bud.
Caring, and when life gives you
Oh,
lemons,
you're right about that.
make yourself a cocktail. Cheers.
All right. Moving on to the smoked pineapple pina colada by Tipsy Bartender.
Sugar
Oh boy.
Pineapple, okay. Cut off the bottom there.
Is he actually gonna blend it? He is. Oh, he's frying it? Oh, smoking it. He's smoking it like a fucking mezcal. In the fucking oven. Oh no, he's using a blowtorch. Caramelizing it. Wow. Okay.
Pineapple in the blender.
That's a little bit more higher class. That the Malibu is not though. Coconut cream. Okay.
All right.
Smoked pineapple pina colada.
Little piece of pineapple.
Okay.
Take in my straw down the
It's
side
actually
of
probably
it,
low
and then
ABV
it's
because of just the
sugar
pineapple.
babe, sugar babe.
Sorry, the coconut rum. Coconut rum is not usually that high in ABV. I'm surprised they didn't add like vodka or something to give it a little more
Drink
booze.
responsibly, don't drink and drive. Stay tipsy. See us live later.
There he goes. All right, that wasn't too bad. Anyways, got booze on the rocks
Welcome
with
to
a
Booze
Rye
on the
Thai.
Rocks, and today we're going to make the. And as you guessed
Rye
it,
Thai.
it's named after the classic Mai Tai. Of
course it
now,
is.
that was created by Vic Bergeron, aka Trader Vic, in 1944. This version, however, was created by Nick Brown from New York City's The Spaniard, and it actually makes a slight variation on the original. Whereas that original is a rum cocktail, this one is based on rye whiskey.
I would
as
imagine so,
based,
with the
oddly
name
enough,
Rye
it's based
Thai.
spirit. Now, what I'm using is Rittenhouse. It is a 100 proof or a
Yep, it's
50%
bottle and bonded.
ABV rye whiskey, and that's actually perfect for this cocktail, including its
agree.
ingredients. And it'll give you a really good base that's slightly sweet, got a little bit of a kick to it, and you know what? You can't go wrong with that. Now, this is a shaken cocktail, so you need your shaking vessel, but your first ingredient is going to be a little bit of lemon juice. So what we'll do is we'll chop this in half, and what we'll do is squeeze and measure 3/4 of an ounce or 22.5 mils, and then pour that into the glass. Now your second ingredient is going to be orgeat, and if you're not familiar with orgeat and this is your first time into cocktails, orgeat is an almond syrup
It is.
with, depending on how you make it, this one has
Usually ginger.
orange notes, so it'll work really good with the flavors you've got built in here, and it's a homemade version, and you can check that out on the website at boozeontherocks.com. But we're going to use the same amount of 3/4 of an ounce or 22.5 mils. Interestingly enough, I have seen another variation of this recipe that actually calls for a little bit less orgeat. Now, what does that mean? That means you'll have a little bit less almond and you won't have as many orange notes, but that'll allow the other flavors to be amped up. Now, Your third ingredient is going to be pineapple juice, and I'm using a pure pressed pineapple juice, meaning there's no sugar added. And we'll use the same amount of 3/4 of an ounce or 22.5 mils.
It's all equal measures.
Your next ingredient is your base spirit. Now, as I said, we're using rye whiskey, and I'm using Rittenhouse. What I'd really love to hear is what rye whiskey you would use down below, or what you do use below. So please leave a comment down below.
Imagine someone trying to use old Grandad, that's for sure.
Button while you're at it.
Maybe even Buffalo Trace.
You need a full pour of 2 ounces or 60 milliliter.
2 whole ounces, so the booze has the highest so far.
To shake this with some ice. Now, we are going to use crushed ice, although you don't necessarily have to. However, this means that it'll dilute a little bit quicker, it'll chill a little bit faster. You just don't want to overshake it. So fill your glass up, about halfway or so. Grab yourself your lid, give it a good smack for a seal, flip it and shake it hard. And you want to shake that for a good 5 seconds or so. Pop that off with the strength of 1,000 tropical fruits. Tropical flutes? Don't know. But serve it in something pretty. I'm going to use a highball glass. This is an 11-ounce, 330 ml glass. And we're going to fill this with fresh ice. And you're basically just going to fill it up almost all the way. You just want to make sure that you leave enough for the fluids that you have in here. And we'll just strain it directly in. Absolutely fantastic. I have just a little bit left over just based on the size of my glass. However, I'm going to put just a little bit more on top, right? Just because I want to fill that up. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to top this with some Angostura bitters. And you can add anywhere between 6 to 8 dashes.
I'd probably just have 6.
You know what? That was 8 dashes. Yeah, okay, I'll go the full 10 dashes because
damn, son.
You just can't go wrong with some bitters. Anyways, you're going to get this fantastic little layer on top, which is going to be really, really nice. I'm going to garnish this with a desiccated lemon wheel. Oops.
Desiccated.
And now grab yourself a straw and have at it. Oh yeah, that is really good. You get the rye, but it's not overly strong. It's well blended, slightly sweet. And you know what? It's like everything you want in a glass. If you like cocktails like this, take a look after the recipe card right over here.
And there it is, the rye tie. All right, moving on from that, let's have some more from Sky. Here we go.
Cantaloupe in our glass, homeboy. Nice. Now, I'm behind that with my model.
What the hell is that cantaloupe?
The gin. Maya's dark rum. Cointreau.
Gin seems the oddest ingredient for that,
juice, you see?
honestly.
Pineapple juice. The agave syrup. You know, get some agave in it. Go ahead with a little bit of salt, you know? Salt bait is bad boy. And give this a nice shake.
Gin's still the weirdest ingredient.
On the side here like so. And there you have it! Cantaloupe Pirate, okay? Cantaloupe Pirate! DJ, I know this was yours, okay? But you already got 95 drinks named after you, so you better chill out, okay?
For Rob's Home Bar.
What's up, home bartenders? Let's make 3 easy fall cocktails that you can make this Thanksgiving. Let's do it.
All right, we're going to start with a fall back, basically a fall Manhattan. We're starting with a split base of apple brandy, 1 ounce. And then for the other half, we're going to do a rye whiskey using Lot 40 Canadian rye, but whatever rye you have, I think these two will pair really nicely together. It wouldn't be a Manhattan without some sweet vermouth, 3/4 ounce.
I don't think Canadian whiskey's all that great.
Into our mixing glass. And then for a little different flavor, we're doing 1/2 ounce of Amaro
the basic
Nonino.
Canadian whiskey's not that great.
You can look up substitutes for this.
Club.
Each Amaro is going to be a little different, so it's hard to really find a good substitute. 2 dashes of Peychaud's bitters, give it some ice, and then we're going to give it a really good stir until it's chilled and diluted. All right, we're going to strain this guy into a stem glass. I'm using a Nicodora, but whatever strain glass you have will work. Garnish with an orange peel.
The fall back cocktail. This is basically a fall Manhattan. Going split base between apple and rye is perfect. Right up front, you get those apple notes, those really bright, fresh apple notes. Then you get that peppery, spicy rye, and then the sweet vermouth, and oh yeah. And the Amaro brings a kind of a bitterness. It's not overly bitter. There's still a sweet vermouth, and it's still a Manhattan, but that Amaro Nonino does bring a certain bitterness. Nonino, I always find, is kind of in the middle between the kind of dark Amaros like Montenegro, Averna, Chinar, and the more aperitif, the Campari Aperol style Amaros. Nonino's kind of in the middle. It brings qualities of both style Amaros, and it comes through in this. If you don't have Amaro Nonino, if you can do like a 1/4 ounce of another Amaro like Montenegro or Averna, and then do a 1/4 ounce of Aperol, I think you would kind of get in that flavor zone. But yeah, really nice fall Manhattan. Moving on.
For a second drink, this is an apple cinnamon spritz. This one's really good. All right, so fill a wine glass with some ice. We're gonna start with an ounce of apple brandy. You could go whiskey here, bourbon or rye. I love this brandy. So an ounce in there. Oops, spilled a little bit. Let's top it off a bit. All right, after that, we want 1.5 ounces of apple cider. That is just cloudy brown apple juice. So see, if you don't use apple brandy, you're still getting a lot of apple flavor. No worries. After that, we want 1/4 ounce of cinnamon syrup. This is a homemade. Check out my series on homemade syrups if you want to make that. And finally, we're going to top it off with some sparkling wine. Sparkling wine of your choice. There's many to choose from. Just choose whatever you like, and there it is. All right, give that a good stir. And we're going to top it off with a little more sparkling wine, and then we're going to garnish with some apple slices and a cinnamon stick.
The apple cinnamon spritz, another great party cocktail or brunch cocktail to do during Thanksgiving or through the fall. Oh, that is so nice. The apple cider, the cinnamon really gives you those apple pie flavor, apple pie notes. The nice fizzy kind of bitterness from the sparkling wine.
Fizzy apple
Obviously,
pie.
Depends on the sparkling wine you're using. If you prefer a sweeter one or a drier one, this one's quite dry. Oh, this is just so refreshing and so nice. It's fizzy apple pie. It's delicious. We got one more. Moving on.
All right, we've got the New York Stone Sour to finish up. All right, we're starting with 1.5 ounces of bourbon. Again, you can use rye here if you'd like, whatever whiskey you've got. 1.5 ounces in the glass. And then we want a stone fruit liqueur. I'm using my homemade apricot liqueur. Check out that recipe.
Apricot,
liqueur would work just as well here. 1/2 ounce of that. And then it's a sour, so we need 3/4 ounce of lemon juice and just a hint of sweetness, 1/4 ounce of simple syrup. That's it for the base of the drink. We are going to add some ice, give it a flippy move, top it off, and give it a good crazy shake. And then we're going to serve over fresh ice in a rocks glass
Reserve
before giving it the red wine float. That's the signature of the New York Sour.
The New York Stone Sour. I'm a huge fan of whiskey sours. I'm a big fan of New York sours with the red wine. This one just adds a bit of stone fruit, and that's what makes it very fall appropriate. We're using apricot. You could use a peach liqueur, or I don't know if there's other stone fruit liqueurs, but cheers. What I love about New York sours is this is a functional layered drink. And if you want to learn more about that, I have a video about functional layered drinks that I made a couple of years ago. But basically, the layering here doesn't just look nice, it really enhances the experience of the drink, because as you're drinking, you're gonna get red wine first, and then as you sip through, then you're gonna get those whiskey sour, and the apricot notes are gonna come afterwards. Now, eventually, as you keep sipping and keep agitating the drink, the whole thing's gonna mix together, but those first couple sips are so interesting because it's really layers of flavor. You go through the red wine, and then you get the whiskey sour.
Amazing.
Yes, it's already starting to mix, but
I kind of think he'll make the whiskey sour first and then the
experience.
spritz
I absolutely
after
love
that.
New York
We'll see.
sours because of this.
He likes that one the most, though.
Okay, so how am I going to rate these? They're all really good. I love fall drinks. Fall is definitely one of the best seasons for cocktails. In first place today, I'm going to give it to the Fallback, and I know my buddy Coach Vino is going to be in shock from that.
I'm in shock.
I'm typically not a big Manhattan guy.
Yeah, they know each other. They have this whole like group.
With
it's
the
bar
rye
tube,
together,
basically.
and then that
bartender
Nonino
tube, I
adding
should
some
say.
bitter notes there. That
Him,
is
Booze on the Rocks,
Manhattan.
and
in second
Coach
place,
Vino.
going to give it to the Spritz. I mean,
surprised they don't
it's
have Bruce
just,
on there. That'd be
if you
great.
like sparkly drinks, if you like sparkling wine drinks, this one just has that.
Oh, he made the sour last. I didn't see that coming.
Apple pie,
especially saying how much he liked it.
And then Spritz. It's phenomenal. Definitely give that one a try. And in last place,
thought
but
that was
certainly
gonna be
not a
number
bad
2,
drink, the New York Stone Sour. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with a New York Sour. They're absolutely amazing. This one has just that extra layer of the stone fruit liqueur, the apricot liqueur, which gives it a bit more of those fall vibes. All right, guys, I hope you enjoyed those 3 fall cocktails. Make sure you check out this playlist where we did pumpkin spice cocktails. And if you're in the mood for some warm coffee cocktails this fall, check out this playlist where I show you 3 variations on the Irish coffee, a great fall drink as well.
All right, there we go. Good old Rob. Let's move on now. Time for some horror. Here we go. Here's the horror.
You could see there.
Pickle shot glass. Yep.
Trying to hitchhike or something.
Moy pickle. Oh my God, he's gonna make it into a shot glass.
Bottom, just a nice little shave to help this bad boy stand tall with my scooper.
How would you do this?
Because I'm getting deep, homeboy. I'm getting deep. If you're in a hole,
in the pickle.
Stop digging. So opposite of that, the positive. If you need a hole, dig deep. I wet around the rim. Now, if you like pickles, this is gonna be your thing. So this is a pickle soaked in chamoy already. Look at my hands, okay? And that's never coming off. You grab your little tequila, right? Oh yeah. Right, want a little chamoy juice in here. A little bit more tequila, you see? And there you have it.
Wow.
The chamoy pickle shot glass, okay? My hands will be red all week. Take your pickles in a different direction, you know what I mean? See if you can handle a little chamoy. It's not super spicy. It's okay. You can handle it, all right? It's America. It's California.
All right, last video for tonight, Bruce.
Today, here on Bar Talking Cocktails, we have a special day planned to honor the legendary barkeep of Hawaii, Harry Yee. We're raising our glasses to celebrate his 106th birthday.
It's been up
Although
just slightly.
we lost Harry in 2022, his spirit and spirits live on in every tropical drink we sip.
The long ass time though too. I think it was like 102, 104. Holy fuck, Polynesians. What's up with that?
Known for his boundless creativity and flair for the exotic, Harry Yee's journey in the early 1950s at Henry Kaiser's Hawaiian Village Hotel is where he quickly became a pioneer in the world of tropical cocktails. As you may or may not know, in 1955, he introduced the delicate and edible Vanda Orchid as a garnish, marking the start of his legacy. His most famous creation, the Blue Hawaii, was crafted in 1957, inspired by the vibrant blue Hawaiian Ocean. It's blue! What's not to like about it, right? But Harry didn't stop there. No, he continued experimenting, inventing the tropical itch in 1957, which came with a playful wooden back scratcher. And, you know, it's one of Aaron's favorite tipples. Yeah, it is. In 1959, the Tap a Punch became the first cocktail to adorn an umbrella. Each cocktail was a testament to his ingenuity and the desire to offer something unique to every visitor. His drinks were not just beverages, they were experiences that transported people to the heart of Hawaii. Now, Harry, he didn't drink much himself, and often depended on his guests for feedback on his creations. But on the rare occasion when he did have a drink, it was cognac. So, in honor of Harry's 106th birthday, I decided to create a tropical drink that I think Harry would approve of.
I was 104 years old when this motherfucker died. Holy shit, I just realized that. 104. This is 2 years. Holy shit, 104 years old. Imagine living that long. Holy hell.
We're gonna start with some full-fat coconut milk. This is like a 400
104 years old. Holy hell, Chad.
Yeah, there is.
I think he is. Kirk Douglas? I think he lived longer than Kirk Douglas. Holy shit.
Our blender. I guess, you know, this is a coconut syrup, I guess, or is it a cream of coconut? Whatever you want to call it. This is the fastest way to make it. So what we're going to do is just start this at a really, really low, the lowest speed we can go. I guess it's right here. And we're going to add a half a cup or 100 grams of granulated sugar. We're just going to blend this until all that sugar's dissolved. That's pretty much it. I'm in. And that's it. You don't have to put it on the stove and heat it up. And there it is. Look at that. Look at this beautiful thing. It's gorgeous. Whoa, yeah. Beautiful. Oh, yeah. Beautiful. I gotta taste them. I think the thing I like about this method is, number one, it's super easy. Number two, it isn't overly sweet.
Well, yeah.
Oh, that's good. That's good. That's good. Mm-hmm. Okay. Now, I've made cream of coconut syrup, whatever you want to call it, before. A little more labor intensive, but it's definitely worthwhile. Now, if you want to know how to make this more labor intensive version, click the link. Okay.
Yes, he has.
We're going to start with our fabulous coconut syrup, cream of coconut, whatever the hell you call it. We're going for 2 ounces in our blender. We're going to follow that up with an overripe banana. It's like a medium-sized banana, and we don't want that much, about a half a banana. Okay?
That's really fucking ripe. I see that.
This is overripe.
Overripe,
sure.
yeah.
I'm liking it. And being overripe is going to give you that sweetness that you want, you know? Next is lemon juice. Now, I chose lemon because, well, I find it a little sweeter and maybe a little less acidic than lime. But lime would definitely work. There's no question.
Oh, yeah.
It would work. And I'm looking for 3/4 of an ounce. I think I'm in. Let's see. Yeah, 3/4 of an ounce of fresh pressed lemon juice. And again, you could use lime if you wanted a little more acidic.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, like I said, I think lemons are a little sweeter and less acidic than limes.
Depends.
Cognac.
Species and everything like that too.
I've got the Hennessy.
Get the Henny out.
And that's Harry's drink, when he did drink. I'm going for 1.5 ounces. That's
just ask around up to 2.
In our blender. So what pairs well with coconut and banana? I'm thinking pineapple rum.
Oh boy.
Not a lot. Maybe like a 1/2 ounce. No, there's 3/4 of an ounce. Perfect.
Good job.
In our blender it goes. Another good pairing with coconut and banana and cognac is rum. Yeah, I got Eldorado 12.
Eldorado 12, you're nice.
It's a beautiful rum. It's mellow. It has notes of fruits and spices. It's got a long finish. It's a beautiful thing. And it's
Guyanese rum.
Just like Harry.
Very Guyanese.
I'm going to go with
It's old.
a full ounce
12-year rum.
of Eldorado. Looking good.
The oldest Eldorado I think they have is an 18-year, I believe, or maybe it's 20. I don't remember. It's expensive
next.
shit.
You might think this is a little weird,
expensive,
but
but
this
it's still
also
expensive.
pairs well with everything I got going on in here. I got some Fireball whiskey.
Why?
Yeah, but think about it. Bananas, cinnamon, rum, cinnamon, coconut, cinnamon.
As part of his original recipe, I don't think it
sense.
was.
Now, I don't want a lot because I don't want it cinnamon driven by any means. I just want like the essence floating in the background. I'm going with a bar spoon or a teaspoon, whatever you want to call it. 5 ml. Fireball cinnamon whiskey. Sea salt. We want a good dash of sea salt in there.
It's more than a dash, Bruce.
And Angostura bitters. 2 dashes. 2 dashes, Aaron. 1, 2. See? Yeah.
Good job.
No, it was 2. Yeah, thank you. Okay, I've got 1.5 cups of crushed ice, and we're going to throw that in our blender. We're going to pop a lid on. Where the hell's my lid? Right here. Awesome. And we're going to blend on high, and we're going to liquefy everything. But not.
Where's the coconut cream?
You don't want it runny. You want it thick, but not runny. Okay. Oh. Oh.
Oops.
Plug it in. Yeah. Okay, here we go. 2, 3, now. Look at that. I'm in. Gonna get my glass out of the freezer. I've got this.
You topping it with it? I don't know. We'll see.
Glass. Now, you know,
Ask myself that
typically
question.
you'd put this like in a hurricane style glass, but I thought elegance was in order.
Coupe.
Right? It's a nice little chilled coupe. And we're just gonna pour this wonderful mix. Oh, look at that. 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 Look at that.
Looks like a milkshake, a banana milkshake, actually.
And it's all about garnish now. Yeah, it is. I am going
Cream's
to
the garnish, isn't it?
Might not be as creative as Harry, but it's going to be lovely, nevertheless. I've got some nice toasted coconut chips, and we're going to drop those right on the side here of the glass. Yeah, that's perfect. Look at that. Nice. And you know how much I like mint.
I don't remember seeing him add the cream. I didn't saw that. Unless I'm mistaken. I didn't see him add the cream at any point.
Wow. God, I love that smell.
We'll see.
Wake her up. Throw in a nice little bouquet of mint there. And as a final topper, a little bit, not a lot, a little bit of fresh grated nutmeg over top. Oh yeah.
Maybe I missed it. I just don't remember him adding the coconut cream.
And there you have it. Okay, let's check out my Aloha Serenade.
Aloha Serenade. Drink up.
Well, I get the mint right up the nose. Of course
I don't think he added the damn
and
thing.
Actually,
I don't think he did.
The coconut chips, the toasted coconut chips are delightful. But what a combination.
He made it, then he just put it to the side. I don't think he added it to the blender again.
Wow. I get the banana. I get the coconut. Very, very slight, because coconut is so delicate, right? I can't believe this doesn't taste like alcohol. We've got a lot of booze in here. I mean, there's an ounce of El Dorado, which is smooth. There's our Hennessy, which is smooth, and we got our Fireball whiskey, which is
just not smooth.
And the pineapple rum. That's right. We got the pineapple rum. Actually, that's way in the background. The Fireball whiskey, I may even amp up in the future because it's way in the background too. But this is a beautiful thing. It's so easy going down. You'd never know you were drinking alcohol. Here's to you, Harry. I'm sure wherever you are, you're mixing up some fine tropical cocktails. Cheers.
Hope so. Aloha Serenade. Here we go. Never saw him combine the coconut syrup. I never saw that. Cheers. There he is. 2 years gone, but not forgotten. 104 years old, damn. Harry Yee.
Serenade yourself and make this beautiful cocktail. It is so creamy and delightful. It's tropical. Hey, what's not to
Still
like?
until you add the damn cream.
You hit the subscribe button and check out some of these other videos on Harry D, the man, the legend. Yeah, okay. That is good. Happy birthday, Harry.
Alrighty, with that, we come to the end of Case of the Mondays. I'd like to thank everyone who was here and everyone who stuck around. We'll do a little shilling and they'll be fully done. And don't forget the movie catching contest, movie picturing, movie hammering going on, so be sure to play those when you're not busy in the arena and do the things in the Epic RPG arena, or going to the bulk area, because there's the rare instances when people do that now, because it was a really popular game, not as much anymore. Don't forget, tomorrow from noon to 3, me and Genova will be doing a show, so be sure to tune into that at noon to 3 on Tuesday. I'm not shopping tomorrow, so I should be around for the entire thing. Don't forget as well, there will be a show as well on Heritage Network that night too. I don't know what it's going to be. We'll see. Wednesday will probably be some gaming with me and Genova. I don't know what game we're going to play, but that's going to be another noon to 3. So be sure to tune in for that too. And Wednesday is Wednesday, my dude. So Wednesday, we'll be having some Eerie Hours. That's going to be 9 to 11 on Heretic Network. Thursday will probably be another noon to 3 as well. And that will be, I don't know what we're going to do for that one. Who knows? It's very spontaneous with how noon to 3's work. Thursday night, though, from 8:30 to whenever, I don't know exactly how long it'll take, will be a Skinner Radio. So be sure to tune in for that on my channel back here. Friday will be another noon to 3 as well, hopefully. There should be no reason why it wouldn't be. Just how it goes. And Friday night, though, is the more important thing of Hell Comes to Hollywood. be sure to tune in for that. Sorry, not Hell Comes Hollywood. Hell on Earth. Too used to calling it Hell Comes to Hollywood. It's the successor to Hell Comes Hollywood, Hell on Earth. So be sure to tune in for Hell on Earth at 9 to 11. All right, everybody. With that, I will see you.